Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Hello. Morning. Yes, can you hear me? All right. Morning, everyone. My name is Leonardo Lima.
Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who fall in the English, if you can hear me, good morning, please wave. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are all right. My name is Leonardo Lima. I'm Executive Director for Finances and Sustainable Investments. I'll be moderating this panel with a very well capacitated people in terms of finances, sustainable finances and sustainable and climate changes, etc. Our panel will be transversal, talking about energy transition, not only energy transition and renewable energy, but we'll be talking about diversity and social aspects. And now we'll present quickly our three panelists. First, Prime Minister Mr. Jomar. He already works for the Tunis government for a while, and he leads Tunis Alternatives, a think tank focused on political reform and social progress. And then Beatriz Azevedo, expert in climate finances, attorney at law, and also United Relations here of the word. And postdoc Professor Hugo Fernandez, professor with the State University of Ceará, a post PhD in ecology with the University of Pernambuco, and he leads also the specialization in public communications with Federal University of Minas Gerais. So we know that we are passing through a very critical moment in the planet, and we are seeking to reduce the GHG emissions. And at the same time, we need to look for a fair transition and environmentally correct due to those needs, those aspects related to the transition, energy transition. I'd like to bring the first question to Prime Minister Jean-Marc, former Prime Minister. So I would like to ask you, how can we perform a fair transition aiming to seize the opportunities related to the risks? How those risks, they go through this new global economy? Thank you, Prime Minister Joma. Well, keeping up, talking about the energy transition, we're talking about people. We need space to do this, to product energy, talking about onshore and offshore and other plants. And when talking about this transition, we need to consider social aspects. And I would like to pass the floor to Mrs. Beatriz Azevedo. Which are the impacts on the local communities? How do you assess in terms of social risks? Like we are bringing, eliciting lots of risks as much as possible of the energy transition. How do you elicit social risks in traditional communities who passing through energy transition? Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the event organizers for having invited me and to thank the Madrid's Club, bringing the results of a discussion that we've held last year. So the Madrid's Club has an initiative that is called Leadership for Climate Neutrality. And we've issued a report. And one aspect of this report was fair transition. And we are working with the recommendations generated through this report that has been also a product of a broadened discussion of several international actors. One of the aspects we bring about the impact is the possibility of the local development. In this sense, fair transition must forecast the mechanisms of capacity building and income transfer for this population. So we understand that energy transition is already ongoing. It will be each day more potentialized. That's extremely necessary. In this scenario, how can we think about the mechanisms of funding, making it possible for those people to have access to profit and to share benefits generated by these energy transition? For example, with the oil-based fields, we have Rio de Janeiro, and they found the pre-salt layer under the sea, and they established royalties, and with those royalties, they've funded public policies for social well-being. In the context of renewable energy, which mechanisms can we raise, can we establish for, sharing benefits beyond job positions generation? We have a good example, Age Tech. We've visited in the first day. Age Tech is a project for capacity building for manpower. So yes, we need to talk about jobs, and we can think beyond thinking about other mechanisms, not only public policies, but also private initiatives. We discuss a lot, for example, impact investments, fund, new funds, for example, we may design together with companies, funding them for new technologies, for solutions, generating this diversification in the energy matrix. I think it's a broad debate. May have some Q&A and questions to answers, and I think it's a scenario of opportunities. Like Mr. Prime Minister said, we need to assess opportunities together with risks to design the better strategy possible. Thank you. So we've talked about aspects of global transition, financial risks. Beatriz brought an important speech about social aspects, and there's also other relevant aspects talking about a global scale, that is nature itself and biodiversity itself. And with Professor Hugo Fernandez, PhD in this area, I would like to ask him, for us to understand how the synergy goes of this fair transition, not only fair for people, but fair for nature. And I would like you to explain a little bit how those energy transition projects, they bring synergy for nature conservation. Well, thank you for the question, and I would like to thank you for the invitation. And well, it's a very extremely necessary theme. It must be fair, as Beatriz said and Prime Minister said, and it must be fair for biodiversity as well. We have a little paradox here. So we talk about energy transition. We put Brazil as a global leader in the energy transition, but we need to remember that more than 80% of our energy matrix is already clean. When Brazil stands as a leader to so a leader to help the rest of the world and their energy transition. But it brings us challenges as well. For example, in terms of sustainable energy, we have the wind power and the solar power. Well, as leaders of this process, for the solar plants, I'm talking about the need of forest of deforestation, sometimes of thousands and thousands of hectares of deforestation in the country that hosts the bigger biodiversity in the world. How to balance those impacts? It's not to hinder or to make progress slower. No, we need to accelerate this progress. Brazil must be the leader of this transition, yes, but we need to establish a quite good balance in terms of suppression areas of deforestation. Technology invested to make those photovoltaic panels to be cost benefit, to have a cost benefit ratio that is each day better, but we need to calculate what we are losing. For example, we need to establish ecological corridors, for example, allowing animals to migrate. Ecological corridors, they have this role of allowing animals to migrate, like highways for animals, but we need to establish a flow of for populations. When populations are isolated, we had impacts. When with the corridors, we mitigate this impact. For example, the wind blades, they impact several species of animals threatened of extinction. We have technologies that can forecast and mitigate those impacts. For example, Seteg is a company of which I am a partner. We're investing in automation, identification of animals to mitigate impacts of the wind blades. You know, technology must be by our side. Science must be hand in hand with us. I cannot let alone the fact that we foster the biggest biodiversity in the world, but basically almost all the Brazilian territory, I have a lack of information about that specific biome. What I mean, so I may know how many species I have in the rainforest or caatinga, but when I implement a specific photovoltaic plant or a wind farm in the caatinga, that is a semi-arid of the northeastern of Brazil, I don't have local information. So we need to invest public policies for base, for ground studies. Ground studies. Ground. We need to create policies to fund this ground science, ground research, to not make companies carry all the burden. And then, when we have the private equity bringing up lots of good things, incentivizing those studies, but what we are doing as private, we are raising data because we lack of data about local impacts. For example, impacts of the blades upon birds. What can I do to mitigate specific impacts on birds? For example, those are the very specific challenges. And to finalize, I cannot let alone the offshores. Biggest challenge with offshores, because we are talking about those problems of lacking of these ground studies in a universe of I have much less information in general, that is the ocean environment. And we have initiatives around the world, mostly in the global north, but in the tropics and the global south, we don't have ground information on the oceans. So we need public policies to foster regulations that must be effective on the mitigation assessment impacts. And then companies, they must act where they are entitled to mitigation of the specific impacts.
Thank you very much, Hugo, for your explanations. I've brought here some data from the Climate Policy Initiative about climate. And from last year, that about $7 trillion is being subsidized towards fossil fuels, and only 1.3 trillion is going towards climate financing. And we see this proportion of sevenfold investing in fossil fuels and not for the climate. And due to the impacts that adherence that we need to adapt, due to the impacts of climate change, we have no time to think about how much money has been allocated for fossil fuels and for climate. And we need not only to have an energy transition, but we have to do a financial transition to have a re-architecture in the globe that was debated in the G20 here in Brazil. And under this financial perspective of this energy sector that is very pollutant, I wanted to ask to the Prime Minister how are these financial subsidies are being allocated to the fossil fuel sector? How could they be redirected, transferred to a program that promotes renewable energy at the global scale? If you could please elaborate on this, Minister. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Excellent your explanation because brings to us understand with the Multilateral Development Bank that they are asking for more robust safeguards, environmental safeguards to guarantee the large-scale projects. They have environmental, social aspects in them to guarantee efficiency. Well, now going back a little bit to the social aspects of it, Beatriz, I was wanting to ask you, how can we guarantee that these mechanisms, these funds, can bring these environmental safeguards to guarantee the efficiency of social environmental projects to energy transition in which the local communities can be introduced to these projects, not only of a small scale, but large scale as well. Thank you, Leo. I will build on the Prime Minister's answer, if I may, please. Because actually, what we need to do is to understand that social development, Mr. Minister, needs to generate profits. So if we have a technology, for instance, solar panel, for a farmer that is going to support him in the agricultural activities, we have to think of this investment and as well as the financial return and leave cost and think on investment, as you said. And by doing so, we need to strengthen the state's capacity because we've spoken here in the panel of risk assessment. Should we not have a government that manage to assess the risk of the undertaking, the undertakings will happen bringing a greater liability for the society. What's the role of the states? To regulate, to assess, and direct the investments the best way possible within the territory, within the arrangements. So, with respect to this role of the state, I also believe that we need to promote some other regulations. There are simple ones, and they can guarantee human rights of our populations. For instance, if I may, Hugo, you did rather well when you mentioned the impact of the wind blades for biodiversity, including the birds. We also have the impact of those blades at the communities. Here in Ceará, we still do not have a regulation that will regulate the correct and safe distance from blades and local communities. So we understand that the undertakers, entrepreneurs, needs to finance and the state doesn't have this capacity to finance everything. So the state needs to have the private investment as well, but the private investments as well needs to be informed by the state about the conditions, the rules. Because when the investments come, and our role is that they come and we create attractive conditions for them, the population needs to benefit from it as well, sharing benefits. And another point I'd like to bring to the table is the investments, science, education that Hugo has already presented here, but also in basic research and technology development as well. Because if we do not anticipate mechanisms or technology transfers and others to promote local technologies, this will generate some development to the country, speaking of Brazil, and depending on the imported technology, having to pay the patents and making the process unaffordable. So I believe all these views, they need to be hand to hand. We need to guarantee profit into the investments and at the same time order it in a way that will generate benefit to the most of the people, local population, as well as the country science and technology. So I believe a very important topic that was not mentioned in our legal framework about green hydrogen is the technology transfer. This needs to be discussed in our country, Brazil. Thank you. Excellent debate, bringing the social aspects and building on these states and governmental capacities. I just like to have a synergy of financial capacity, resource allocation, and also governmental capacity, speaking about nature and biodiversity, Professor Hugo. So, Hugo, how can we promote these governmental capacities and have them unblock or facilitate streamlined resources that will promote nature's conservation and protection regarding the renewable energy transition? In three lines, if I may, please. The first line is about responsibility, accountability for the government. We just finished two COPs, one in Colombia and now in Banku about climate. COP16 did not finish their final plenary because there was no quorum. It's going to be now in Rome in February, but it didn't happen because there was some gridlocks about funding. In Baku COP, climate COP, there was a general frustration with respect to funding that should have been apported, but it was not. I agree with you, Mr. Prime Minister, when you say that the responsibility of us waiting the responsibility on the governments is a frustrated expectation. It's a fake expectation. You all hear me? You hear me? Okay? It's an expectation that frustrates everybody, but we have to go for the government's responsibility as well. Second point, we need to speak about the private sector and initiative. We have different models of economic progress from the biodiversity conservation and a nature-based solution concept or nature positive concept. In other words, not only will you grow economically by reducing the impacts, you will grow economically as you increase conservation of biodiversity. We are in the country with the biggest biodiversity in the world. We have natural resources which are extremely valuable. When we say that the Amazon, the way it is standing, generates more value than the forest, we're speaking of two concepts: ecosystemic services, which is the ones that the nature provides us for free, and the Amazon provides to the world, especially in the climate regulation, but not only that, also in the wild resources that can be valued and make our economy to grow. You all have here must have eaten açaí, the Brazilian açaí. Açaí in the 90s, it represented an economy of 50,000 Brazilian reais annually. 50,000 is nothing. And actually, in the 90s, now the acai supply changes about billions and billions and billions. Thanks to the value of a resource which is ours, we can replicate the acai history many, many different times. And my third line is, we cannot think about solutions which are not systemic. So it is necessary that these public responsibilities are added into synergy with the private synergies and responsibilities through regulation, yes, state accountability, yes, but also giving economic conditions so that these initiatives can manage to flourish. I'm speaking about credit lines, interest rates control, incentives to make the native positive initiatives actually can work. And I need to finish by saying and speaking about a market that needs to have more investment in Brazil. And as scientists, I can speak about the credits on biodiversity as something that's on stake now. We from CETEG and my lab, we've been investing a lot on it to study what would be the best models of biodiversity credits for each intervention, forests, organic, protecting areas, etc. But we need to be aware of that. The market is developing the protocols, and I believe there is still some distance from science. Science needs to do this with the markets, hand to hand. This is our challenge, I should think. Thank you, Hugo. Thank you very much for wonderful pieces of information to us. Speaking about technology transfer and also this need to allocate funds for transition, climate and energy transition, there is a stakeholder that is very important in Latin American and developing countries, which are the multilateral banks. One of the most important ones is the IDB, International Development Bank, and they are a key stakeholder so that we can promote the social, environmental, and climate development for Latin America and for other regions as well. So on this perspective about the importance of these development banks to promote the local development for the developing banks, Mr. Prime Minister, how can the multilateral banks facilitate, or how are they already facilitating this technology transfer to give the necessary support in the investments for the developing countries, please?
So, Minister, we've been talking about energy transition, but with through a new global architecture, and global financial architecture to face all the climate changes. So, those components of the financial market, they are requiring a better positioning standpoint about the guarantees in terms of the environment. And I would like to address the question to Mrs. Beatriz Azevedo. How the private companies implementing those projects, you can bring a local perspective, how they shall and must guarantee those social assurances in terms of environment and social well-being. Thank you for the question. I believe that's a broad conversation. Well, starting with the pricing, negotiation, and technology transfer, because if we are able to make population to develop and to foster social development, that's the best assurance safeguard, social safeguard we may offer. Companies are not there only to exploit. They will relate to the population. They will generate opportunities, innovation, and promoting local technology. Well, and environmental safeguards. I believe we need a good permitting and licensing system, and the local public bodies are reviewing this. We need it must be modernized. However, we need to find some way to assess the risks of in mitigations for those projects. I think that's the $1 million question. We need to we need this to be thought in the long term, because if we are not able to equalize development and the other aspects like social and environmental safeguards, what will happen is we'll have a lot of profit, and if this profit is not equitable distributed, people will only have to deal with environmental liabilities, environmental degradation, income and revenue inequalities, while the profit is only here concentrated in some people pockets. But since we are here in a summit, we might converse about everything, not only with the profit perspective, but also equalizing all the other factors. I know that's the last round of Q&A, but I would like to give my final remarks, with a positive perspective, because I believe we have in the market nowadays private equity that is every day more aware, but always finding for profit, obviously. And I see that it's possible to create impact funds, new architectures, new models for funding, that they can mix private and public money to generate profit, obviously, but understanding that this return on investment will be on the next 20 years. For example, here in Ceará, we have a specific technology of biogas for the sanitation of the local water supply company, and we are fostering this technology and thinking about new technology for water reuse to clean gray water and use the water so to clean this water from the households, from the families, from the, you know, using this water for other activities. This is only an example of one environmental safeguard guaranteeing innovation, guaranteeing social protection, and generate profit, like in the market with this ESG factors and sustainability factors, and also giving a good reputation and a good impression to the final customers, something that companies are seeking for, very keen on. My last question will be to Professor Hugo Fernandez. Beatriz just mentioned that new financial mechanisms, they can be created. We already have them in the market, and they must centralize those resources for environmental projects. In Brazil, which are the main financial mechanisms that protect conservation and biodiversity in the private endeavors. So we've just concluded a client of the electric sector doing an assessment in terms of previsibility of expenditures, forecasting expenditures. We've localized more than 120 eco funding, eco finances mechanisms in Brazil. Major part of Brazilian companies, including the electric sector, they have social environmental assets and they are not aware. They're not aware of what they can do with those eco financial assets. For example, service for environmental payment for environmental services. For example, there's a resource already on set in Brazil. So we have mechanisms in all the sectors, like in the electric sector, in the electric industry, we have mechanisms of tax waiving, mechanisms of special funding lines, and with provided for when they have certification. So, and certification is not only to append on the wall. Certificate of something and so label. It's not just to put on a package or to append on the wall. We're talking about lower interest rates. We need to know who is offering low interest rates, low ones, because of those certificates and certifications and labels. And we have social environmental businesses. Instead of having headaches on how much does it cost to reforest, to do some offset for a plant, solar plant or a wind farm plant. You know, any of the providers, so we have people here dealing with the providers and the demands are suppressed. So instead of finding in the market, trying to find in the market something that is repressed or suppressed, let's make our responsibility to reforest, to be transformed in a business, to have seedlings, nurseries. I just giving only one of the thousand possibilities. And me, myself particularly, I need to say that the carbon credit market is, it's real and will be only pass from a president sanction in COP 30 years is coming. So the market, the carbon market will be regulated and will be active in Brazil. So we may have other markets like a biodiversity market is very promising. It's not embryonary, but it's just a toddler. So let's take care with this biodiversity market. Still private equity, full of risk. And I will agree with Prime Minister who has capex to invest in high risk business. Those are the funds and those are the banks. But we, companies from the private sector, together with the public sector, we must guide them which strategies those funds may establish to this market to be seized the best way possible. We have a blue ocean of opportunities in Brazil in terms of eco-financial mechanisms. We just need guidance and political will to make it real. Excellent, Professor Hugo. We are closing our panel. I would like to thank you all for your participation. And since we have 5 minutes, I would like to open the floor for a final remark for each one of the components of these tables. And I would like if any of our panelists, if they have questions or themes to discuss, 1 or 2 minutes of final remarks. Oh, just 1 minute. Prime Minister Jean-Marc, please. His final remarks, just 1 minute, 1 to 2 minutes. Thank you, Prime Minister. 30 seconds for everyone. And thank you for the attendees. Thank you for the organizers, our panelists, Hugo, Leo, Madrid's Club, Nuria. It's an honor to bring this debate. I come from Fortaleza. It's a great honor to be here to debate an event of such high level. And I would like to thank you and, well, to help you with a good event, to wish you a nice event. Yes, I would like to just thank you all and great panels. And I would like to thank the State University of Ceará. So I thank you very much for all this. Thank you, Leo, for excellent mediation. Thank you very much indeed. So we are starting this panel, then opening a debate about solutions and funding for the energy transition. And at this moment, we are about to discuss all the efforts, all the economic efforts, and necessary lines of actions to fund global energy transition. In this panel, we'll be counting on the World Bank, Inter-American Bank for Development, and CAF, that is a bank for development for Latin America and Caribbean. So we have the new name here, right? For CAF, CAF, and here we have Carlos Echevarria from BEAD talking about climate changes. Fernando Brandia, that's a senior executive with CAF, and then Carlos Costa, that is a senior economist of the World Bank. I'm moderating here. My name is Célio Fernando. I participate with Astro BFA company for investments of wealth, asset management, and also investment banking of the private area. I will tease you about this because we need to talk about equity and own capital and funding from third parties for having the proper structure for funding and other issues related. And initially, we'll have some specific goals here that are important, and they mention the sources of funding and international options, including investment funds, and like to propose you well, to bring options of new mechanisms if any of the lecturers here, the panelists here, so the green bonuses that are fundamental for resources and incentives for this transition and the participation of the private sector. So obviously we know that how multilateral organisms are working for those ground infrastructure, and their corporate areas like AFC or BID or CAF to cover for that. I will start with Mr. Carlos Echevarria. That we'll be talking a little bit about this sharing and perspectives from BID as a key institution for Latin American funding, and some programs talking about energy transition in some countries under development mainly. Following up, I would ask the floor to Fernando Brandia, who will be talking in Spanish. He is a CAF executive and to discuss about the opportunities of development. CAF, CAF, Bank for the Development of Latin America and Caribbean. Aiming projects to reduce emissions, maybe talking about carbon market, and that's just the bill of law passed in the Brazilian National Congress. And Mr. Carlos Costa that will finalize here this first part, explaining about all the programs of the World Bank, what's been done from the global point of view, Latin America, Brazil, and I would like you to give a little bit of, just your hints about funding, so loans and funding, for long-term funding for this field, and also respecting the targets, climate targets. We'll have 1 or 2 minutes for an introduction, and then you may express your ideas, and then the close remarks, and we may open for Q&A if we have time. It's very important panel because without money we do nothing, right? Many ideas, green hydrogen, everything. We talk about billions of investments, so billions that can really come into liquidity. We know about international liquidity and how economic rationality will open the pathways, to bring the proper fashion all those equity capital. And I would like to pass to Mr. Carlos. Now I cannot miss the joke because bid and bird, and we have two Carlos, bid and bird. So their partnership must be very strong about. Carlos Echevarria, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Célio. It's a pleasure to be here today with all of you. And as Célio told, my name is Carlos Echevarria. I am the regional specialist with the BID, and I will be talking about a sectoral dialogue and all the operations of BID in Brazil. And I am a coordinator of the CONSUR of the bank. And I would like to start commenting to some of you that are not aware of the BID group. We have three institutions: the private, the public, the public branch. We have the responsibility of the institutional dialogue and of the operations of the public sector. On the other hand, we have BID Invest. It's the multilateral, it's the private arm for funding, for dialogue with the. And we have BIT Lab, so and Innovation Lab, and the innovative projects, and that be scalable and replicable by the private sector. So we mobilize around $23 billion between 2019 and 2023. And in 2023, to give you some numbers, we've mobilized $1.3 billion in clean energy. And we have a goal as a group. Um, 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 we have Bid Impact Plus. We have until 2030 the goal to increase the capacity of funding until the 112 billion dollars. So for the energy transition, for the Latin American Caribbean, so and with the needs of the studies, and then the period between 2026 and 2030 to reach the new carbon neutrality, and by 2050 we need to mobilize 350 $250 billion per year just by between 2026 2030. In 2031 and 2050, 32 billion dollars. And we as a bank, as energy division in my case, we mobilized around $3.8 billion, just to give you just to make you aware that our challenge as multilateral institution, and so we support energy transition projects, but mobilize equity, not only funding, but also equity capital. So it's imprescindible that we achieve the targets of decarbonization, and I would like, those are my first contributions. So thank you for the invitation. My name is Fernando Ranier. I'm a senior executive uh, I take care of Latin America and Caribbean. CAF has been proposing a target to 2026 in 40% in a wallet that will be fundamentally green. And what do we call green? Those investment projects that seek for mitigate the impacts of the GHG emissions in general. So this is how can we say, commitment that executive president has committed with, and we are summing up efforts, to reach this objective. CAF is involved in different kinds of projects of energy that seek for reducing the emissions, and we are kind of agnostic. We don't believe, and with it, I can say we can make us involved in a solar plant project, gas, that seeks for generating. So we can be involved in nuclear energy projects as well. So in this sense, we are keen on new technologies and several types of technologies, and we are focused on the requirements of our country. We have more than 19 countries within the region members of CAF, and we are having more and more in the Caribbean region that speaks English. So, and for the transition theme, we have a study that is very interesting from Luisa Palacio in Colombia, where she tries to reach that number. So how much she needs for this transition. So we have figures in this study. There's a study that shows that $20 billion that would be needed by 2030. Another study, and I think I don't recall the name. I don't recall the name of the institution that fostered this study, but and McKinsey, for example, said $700 billion. Well, that's our levels of inversion, and none of the institutions that we represent, we have the proper capacity to arrive close to this, And with that, we need to work a lot. This theme of financial engineer, in the sense that to summon up and the resources in and out, and for this we need all the institutions, each way in their role to work together for funding. So, and that's what I would like to say in my first remarks, and let's keep up the good work. I would pass the floor to Carlos Costa, the World Bank. Thank you, Célio. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here in Fortaleza. My name is Carlos Costa. I'm a senior economist with World Bank. I'm leading the operations here in the Passain complex, and with BNDES and BNB, with projects that has to do with energy transition and decarbonization. Keeping up the same styles from the other Carlos, my colleague Carlos, and we have more than one institution, like we have BEARD, and we have the private arm that is the IFC, the Corporation for National Funding, and Guarantee, it's arm as well. It's a fundamental instrument in the energy transition. We have other two institutions, one that deals with the countries of low income, etc., and also arbitration. But I would like the three main institutions related to this country, the World Bank, BIRD, YFC, and Assurance and Guarantees Arm or branch. And looking with, so talking about challenges are enormous, and I would have stated this in panels that I'm sharing with my colleague Carlos, and we need cooperation and not competition between the banks, and that famous example that we've had in the microeconomy classes, the prisoner dilemma, it applies here. So the ideal outcome for the country, in this case Brazil, it would be a cooperation between and among multilateral institutions and not only competition. So, but we have space to everyone. I would say that's the great message, an example of cooperation of the colleagues of BID. It's been recently made the investment fund of the climate when our country made up $70 million, $35 million that been came to BID, and we've put in Northeastern Bank and 35 millions for the World Bank that has been put in the Pecém complex. At this moment, we are having other conversations, starting to a new round of CIF, and from the World Bank, we also. Mm, so the funds we're talking about $150 million, and we need this solution can be operational. Okay, I think that's been stated. So dozens and dozens of hundreds of dollars. We're talking about $240 billion per year for the net zero commitment, right, to 2050. Let's see if we can arrive to this ambition. But I think Carlos stated something like this in terms of this broadening of work, that is cooperation. You've been doing a strong thing. I would like to leave this summit with something. I love MOUs where we can have here, for example, World Bank, Inter-American Bank of Development, and CAF. So we need to be together hand in hand for this cooperation to give more solidity to this energy transition that can be fair and inclusive. That is possible. Well, something that can be, we call it a supra political party policy, or some the others they call supranational, over national. So do you have anything that can talk only one language with the market? Because sometimes you foster different programs among them, and I think innovation talks to all of this. And we are talking also about financial innovations. We've been talking about digital currency in Brazil and the world, about carbon credits or decarbonization. Is this all those? So the global tribe can create new currency, new. So for a more fair transition, I would like to hear from you. You told about volume and you told about cooperation. How can we walk hand in hand in those times of changes? Thank you very much. So getting so what you've commented about, what commented Carlos. I have 18 years working in this development bank, and in the last years, we've had a commitment, so more stronger commitment of the administration of our institutions, working collaboratively. I have those memorandums of understanding that you've mentioned. It gives us milestone for the technical teams of the multilateral institutions to may be able to establish group work that can somehow, as Carlos comment, that can be collaborative and not competition, and as it was in previous years. So Carlos mentioned the work we are doing together, World Bank and BID, so cooperation and international funding for climate changes, and with the different programs, the investment fund ongoing, for example. And I think that's another one very important. There is collaborative work and the creation of these trust between teams, and working together, and to have more, to seize better the groups participation, working together with better effectiveness and with a national organism. So I started my professional life talking about these climate changes in 2004, because I've structured and so it constitutes as in Spain a fund of 100 million euros. And I realized, so between 2004 and 2012, we've created another one. We have several innovative instruments to develop to foster economic resources, and we need to have um, in which conditions we do have and what are the hinders for those kind of financial support. Um uh, a series of taxonomies, methodologies, and all red tape, and it kills the carbon market that moment. We need to learn with the lessons we've had to miss the mistakes from the past and to be effective leveraging resources that we need today. From our side, we've been working in innovative financial instruments, like in case of the Brazil, Eco Invest. We are developing with the Ministry of Finance that is an instrument of assurance, of stability, and the kind of exchange somehow to mitigate the costs of the external funding in dollars that may arrive to Brazil. I think instruments of guarantee or instruments that cannot compromise the capital. So we will increment the volume of funding that we attract. As I've indicated in my first intervention, we need fundamentally to attract private institutions and private capital for together with our limited resources to be able to leverage the necessary resources to have this challenge and uh, overcame in this first process of funding. Thank you very much. Mr. Fernando, please. Sure, you may talk about you can talk about the ideas of cooperation innovation. We can talk about cooperation, innovation, for the development of energy transition. Talk about some mechanisms in terms of funding. Well, CAF features a series of products, financial products, that are obviously being used for different projects. And let me say that we've been talking with several institutions, multilateral ones, for us to be able to deal with this, to increase. We've been talking to those institutions on how to catalyze and to increase the number of resources. So World Bank, etc., to leverage this multilateral thing. Um, and what about electrolyzers? We'll arrive to this point. We've had a deal. We've had an agreement in COP29 in Baku. And around the world, people are summoning us up, to participate with new mechanisms. For example, carbon credits and biodiversity credits are very nice. We are trying to standardize all the criteria for the emission of carbon credit bonuses, and we seek to make cheaper the costs to issue those bonuses in the different countries. So the idea is to have in our countries similar criterion to be able to give those bonuses in every and each one of our partners. And talking about bonuses, CAF will be issuing some thematic bonuses, and those bonuses, so we have something that we are not talking about too much. Many transitions they has to do not only with the announcements that we want to have a reduction in a certain rate of some emission, but no, we are looking to details. For example, where this emission is being mitigated, when, which levels are acceptable or not, and then it goes a great part of the discussion. So, in this theme about the thematic bonuses that I, talk to you when we have, uh, well, we find criteria that are extremely or they do not count. I would like to give you an example that we consider for green funding. We would like to have some kind of financial benefit, etc., to fund transmission lines for electricity that would need to be linked mandatorily with a renewable source of energy. And in South America and in Latin America, better saying, its production of electric energy is it's already pretty clean with a GHG emission that is very low, not only because it's hydroelectric based, but a great part made of gas, because among all fossil fuel, it's the least harmful. And as I said, pretty much clean, but there's a problem on the quality of service and the losses we have in the transmission. So, and recently Beard informed, issued a report in Asunción in Paraguay, and we've commented that the losses of the sector and average it's around 17%. Those losses are an average of everything that is installed in solar plants in the last few years. That's where, when I tell you it's important to talk about taxonomy and all those institutions. So every inversion, every investment we do in a certain region will be always talking about the service or the quality of the service, and also talking about efficiency. If it's efficient, we are reducing the emissions. We need to have a criteria much more adapted to our own reality and to have clear this posture that many times consider the criteria. So sometimes the taxonomy comes from Europe, and we have a 4 or 5% threshold in Europe, and here we need to have more renewable, different thresholds. This kind of thought, we need to, they help somehow to have those funds to the region, and may we reach that more favorable financial conditions. Perfect. Thank you, Fernando. Now, Carlos. Now you need to consolidate everything about those ideas. We've seen the ideas, the assurances, for example, the currency assurances. And I would like to think about a new currency for the energy transition and to have some guarantee and carbon that we're working a lot. You, Carlos, talked a little bit about it. And obviously, we have that so-called green bonuses, but not only green funding, everything cooperating with the whole international system. May we be able in this summit to have something out of the box, that is something out of the conventional. Which kind of money I should have for the transition, which kind of innovation I may have, and the advancements in the first year about science and technology to arrive this innovation, and may it be sustainable. And Carlos, the floor is yours. So let's see how we address the world's problems.
Thank you, Celio. So we have already signed the MOU between the presidents of IDB, World Bank. So we already have the idea that we have the duty to cooperate. So at least with respect to the senior officers of our institution, it's already been decided. So now We have to now make things happening in our institutions. So going back to the collaterals, the role of the collaterals basically is that a multilateral bank will bring a collateral guarantee to a private bank, and this bank will be able to lend the money to the private sector. So you do not need sovereign guarantees, so you have the optimum financial conditions for the investors. What Fernando said, the endemic bad of Latin America is not to have the case of Uruguay, for instance, that you have the highest per capita GDP, you have loss of 17%, and their loss are more than Ceará, when the per capita Ceará is clearly lower than Uruguay. This is a problem that unfortunately is not being approached correctly by the sector. Normally the laws are approached by the offer and by then complicating the steal of energy, the energy theft, to put in the works, but it's not been approached the incentives from the demand side, with exception made to some experiences in Bogota, where you have the link between the company and the financial sector. This would allow the low income population to be a good consumer of electricity. In Bogota, we did the due diligence there, and I noticed there's 4 5% of the company's income was not electricity or credit costs, and credit costs to the low income population. So in Colombia, they call extract 1, 2. This is number 3, is the parts of population that are struggling to not fall into the most vulnerable population. So with this, the utility puts some incentive to the population to be a good consumer of electricity. Thinking out of the box regarding loss implies into only looking at the loss from the offered, but it has to go towards demand side. But going back to our issue of today, funding, transition, cooperation. Normally, we like to cooperate as long as we lead. This is easy. If I'm leading, it's easy. I like it. But the challenge is to cooperate when we don't lead. So here, we have already showed with our IDB bank that we can cooperate and not lead. But now in the country, the World Bank is being leading 2 different operations that are very important ones, not in the amount that we need, but for collateral bank are interesting values for loans. $1 billion BNDES and 500 million with Northeastern Bank, and this umbrella of $1.5 billion for energy transition is the highest operation ever for the World Bank. This is the first step to open the door to other cousins from the multilateral banks. So for our project with BNDES and BNB, the Northeastern Bank, I consider successful that it is simply the first step of a bigger operation that will bring other institutions that work in Latin America from the multilateral banks. So what can we take out of this summit, of this conference, of this panel, is to confirm once again our commitment from the World Bank to share with the other multilateral institutions the conceptual note of the project when it's finally baptized, closed, is that in a way to bring the script so that others can come and complement and improve and refine what we have done. This idea of cooperating, because this is what the country needs and the Northeast as a region needs as well. Thank you. So I will now request the final remarks, but always bring in some provocation, because Carlos has already said he's done some work here on the so-called the sun income. This is beautiful. Try to reach the most vulnerable communities and try to also find mechanisms of finding basic income. So I imagine to what extent these funds can be built to a government infrastructure associated to the private banks, but can also reach of what I call a digital social currency based on carbon perhaps, and that we could have the gold standard, Lastro. 50 years later, remember Glasgow speaking about fair energy transition, and this was the debate. How could we actually reach the most vulnerable ones with these fundings? And we could translate this into such a gigantic inequality. So this change in time with the funding on energy transformation, can we not collaborate to sort out this big gap that we have in the globe? So Carlos, we started this in 2004. So how do you bring this feeling? So you find the remarks, but trying to speak about the funding of energy transition, but translating it into the reduction of the gaps that we have for the most vulnerable ones. Thank you very much, Celio. I believe in this sense comment with you guys that we, in parallel to all these initiatives, we are now developing other initiatives as multilateral banks, coordinated with the other colleagues that are here to actually reach this vulnerable population and in this fair transition process can be inclusive as well. For instance, speaking about collaboration, Group B is launch the accelerator of access of clean energy in the Amazons initiative that has as a goal to support the countries of Amazon, the 7 Amazonian countries that are part of the bank, to reach universal access to clean energy services in 2030 and decarb the electrical systems that we already have in the 7 countries. It's an initiative of the accelerator, has the goal to mobilize technical cooperation, resources non-reimbursable one, and as well as guarantee instruments. And we've been sharing this initiative with the World Bank colleagues, and they are very interested in collaborating with us. And this is an initiative that together we are doing the multilateral institutions in parallel with traditional instruments of funding that will have the goal, mainly, as already been commented, to not leaving anybody behind in this process of changing as we have as a multilateral bank. A good example of this in focus of our institutions, this way of collaboration that we comment, because it is in a way this initiative. So also the words before I say goodbye, the words of the prime ministers in the previous panel. In this case, we have to be aware that we have a huge needs to mobilize capital for energy process of the transition, but we have to have feasible projects, economically feasible, and we are financial development institutions, but we need to have these projects that really the economics actually can work out. So we have the final consumers and the government through incentives. So the economics of the projects, they need to close, otherwise it's going to be impossible. We need to fund ourselves as multilateral institutions and through the needs of the private capital that we have to support this transition process. So I believe it is important to consider all this so that in a way we can be realist and be efficient when we have to do the work that we can do from the public side and the private side as well. And I would like to finish my intervention here. Thank you very much to the organizers for the opportunity to be here. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So Fernando, this idea of inclusion is very important. Well, I would like to take Carlos' words and emphasize how important it is for the projects have to be sustainable projects. There's no way that we fund projects that in the end will not have the good economics to close it. We need to have projects that are sustainable. Uh, it is key. It's fundamental. Here, there is no magic, absolutely. There's no magic stick to sort it out. You have to have good economics. So the foundation of this project has to be very solid. And this is a consideration of all the multilateral banks anywhere in the world, as well as the private sector, the banks as well, with respect to energy and approaching the most vulnerable population. I would like to share with you one very interesting case because it's a little bit out of what we've been talking here in the last 2 days. We found it. What would be the last means of distribution of gas in Lima? This last mile of gas will reach the most vulnerable population in the city of Lima. And what will happen? There's going to replace their wood chickens and use gas kitchen, and they will have an impact in the health of the children and the women because those are the ones who are more at home. They're going to have more energy and they'll have cleaner energy and a better health, definitely. But as we said, we covered this and given the possibilities of energy. And if we give them the means to a vulnerable population through gas, so they can improve their conditions, their life conditions, all right, fantastic, we will support it. We also try to support the remote populations as well, using solar technology, for instance, and a combination as well, as we've been working in the south of Argentina, a combination between machineries, fossil fuel with wind as well. So there is not one solution that would be totally renewable in this case. So, and the region has some countries that will have overcome some Latin America, that's 97% of the services. There are countries, for instance, in Panama, that will have a relatively good quality of services and a good, say, the people in the population do have services. However, the indigenous populations will have very little service. Only 30% are with services. So there are some topics that we have to sort out. Not always, for instance, in the case of the indigenous populations in Panama or in the north of Colombia, not always the solutions is a technological solution or some of financial resources. Sometimes the solution actually goes towards a different way, like a sociological, anthropological work of getting to know really well this reality. In Colombia, for instance, the north of Colombia, in Guajira, we have a very serious topic. In Colombia, they have done a huge effort for the development of wind farms in Guajira. However, the demands of the communities that they have there, they were not able to sort them out. So sometimes we believe that we forget of an important aspect in our transitions is the social license. And I believe that we have to work more in these spaces of the communities and understand what the realities and what the demands are in the communities, because many times these communities will be in a transmission line area and they will want to improve their life conditions, and then we have to sort it out. And I'd like to finish here and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Carlos, your final remarks so we can think about this inclusion idea. Innovation, you have worked strongly here with the so-called Sun Income Project, but what about globally? Funding for the transition and inclusion. Excellent question, because we're speaking about two different worlds, different ones, but however, completely together. Going towards the micro part, I agree that we have to approach it, not necessarily by the multilateral bank, but eventually leave fiscal space so that the spaces can do the right engagement with the most vulnerable population. Why am I saying so? Because as my colleagues have said, the processes, they have to go over the economics, and not always for this kind of project. It's a challenge for us to have rates that with a good positive VPL in these projects. But I agree that we have to approach it, and I always prefer, when speaking about vulnerable population, look for spaces for more electrification of the end users. As an example, how much is the square meter of a social house? One cylinder of LGP is 1 square meter. So eventually it's better to subsidize an electric furnace rather than bringing space to a cylinder of LPG that has these environmental issues that many times you need to import LPG. And if a region has a huge green content in the electric matrix, so what makes sense would be to electrify the end users and leave the LPG for greater consumption occasions. However, with respect to funds in the big operations, I have already brought my message. We need to cooperate. We are now funding projects which are billionaire ones. So what the bank can do is bring some support. Every grain of support and help will have to bring 4 grains from the private sector. Each dollar put by the multilateral banks in projects should imply $4 from the private sector. This is the counts that we have to put in the projects. A leverage of 1 to 4 as minimum standards. Therefore, for instance, here in Pecém, we have in a project of 130 million, the minimum that we expect from the private sector for infrastructure shared is some extra $400 million, which is the investment that is needed in Pecém in order to export the first molecule of ammonia for the European countries. Not only 170 million the infrastructure project in Pecém, we still need $400 million for this project to be feasible. This rule of 1 to 4 is in this size. Going back to our projects with BNDES and BNB with respect of DCOP and energy transition, as it is the open door to IDB, COF, European Bank, KfW, we have to triple the World Bank loan. So we need 1.5 from IDB, 500 from COF, 500 for KfW for us to start speaking seriously about this issue. And the private sector needs to bring in 4-fold. So in order to start taking the projects out of paper. And also a big challenge that we have to do with energy transition, especially with the World Bank and multilateral banks, is that we will have to bring a technical discussion about the biofuel, which is a critical point in the system because not necessarily the sustainable fuel for aviation or for bunkering will come in the first phase of hydrogen because we have a direct competition with biofuel, and Brazil has a lot of experience here. So the multilateral banks need to think out of the box, open their heads, and listen to what's been doing in the country in a way that we can actually contribute towards having the most of this energy transition in a fair fashion. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We shall now close this table, and always this idea of challenges. Perhaps we have the World Davos Economic Forum in January. Perhaps we can put together with these institutions and multilateral organizations together with the Brazilian National Development Bank and the Brazilian Northeastern Bank a foreign funding to better discuss all these needs, which are global ones. We know that they compete globally, that we can get it to our states here in our region, the Northeast, so we can have this forward for the funds. And so please accept my invitation to speak about this with the capital markets and the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you, Carlos and Fernando, CAF, World Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you. And appreciate you being all here. Thank you very much.
Good morning again, everyone. I would like to invite you all from the audience to concentrate here. We are having the opportunity to talk a little bit about green hydrogen with one specialist. She's an American, so this would be a video presentation she recorded to us, and I will give you some general overview about the United States in this green hydrogen era. Our lecturer is Dr. Sunita Saitiapa. She is a former director. She's director of technologies and green hydrogens and fuel cells of the Energy Department of United States. And nowadays she will give a detailed vision about green hydrogen advancements and its potential to transform the energy industry. And besides presenting the policies to the United States to support this technology, and have a nice video. Primeiramente, Hello, my name is Ricardo Couto. I'm a manager of new businesses for Care Brazil. I recommend channel 48. Channel 48 is for Portuguese. Portuguese 48, right? We are all speaking in Portuguese here, so channel 48 for those who are speaking in Portuguese. Well, I'm the manager of the new business of Care Brazil. This management, we have the care, so where all the projects they are born, we have 13 gigabytes in decentralized generation, GD, offshore, onshore, hydrogen cells. I'm responsible for the environmental area of the company and also regulation area, and I'm here for 20 years in this energy sector. This panel, so that we are fostering today, the theme is renewable sources as protagonists of the new era. Um I have lots of characters that I'm honored to be with. People that have, they have harnessed the wind, you know, tamed the wind like savage horses, wild horses. So I will pass to Mr. Jurandir Picanso by my side. Okay, so that is my pleasure to participate in this event with such a crowd. And the theme is a theme that made part of my life during many, many years. So, one of my first studies regarding renewable energies, they come from 1976. So, I have had the opportunity to follow up all the evolution, and we are experiencing this, and then show Lauro Fiuza, one of the pioneers. So Everaldo Feitosa, for example, he's he's one of the first pioneers. No, he deserves a lot of recognition. Mm, so I took knowledge of what Everaldo was doing, and it made me, you know, to have a critical analysis on all this evolution. So availability of green energy is not the main thing. The main thing is to harness technology. I get back to the principles. The first experiences I've seen, and I've been in California that has been a pioneer that fostered the development of the wind power energy. In that occasion, we've seen wind power generators of different compositions, models that I'm certain that today even the scholars of wind generation today they do not know Savonius Darrier with vertical axis and also the horizontal axis wind power generation with 2 blades, 8 blades. Now every one and each one of them, and every and each one of them. So there are technologies that have been enhanced, updated, and the others haven't been had been let alone because they're not efficient. I so the energy resource is important, and mm, it happens in this process where we had the experience and new technologies fostered by research funds. And today, one of the forms of energy that is one of the most competitive. What happened with the solar power, the photovoltaic one in the beginning, it was used only in satellite projects and everything. Today's technology that produces energy at best cost possible, wind power and photovoltaic. So it was not only the offer that nature provided us, and um, but everything together in the past was made for us to achieve this moment we are experiencing right now. And what about you, my friend? So I would like to thank you for this important event. I need to state, that what we've done and the current moment, I think the wind, harnessing the wind that Mr. Feitosa alerted to the possibility of harness this richness in Brazil, mainly in the northeastern region of Brazil. So, and we've started this in a very timely moment because the world finally woke up with, the increase of the temperature and the participation of the coal-generated and oil-generated energy. It was causing a disaster in our terrestrial globe. And we do not find it beautiful. It's not, but we have the mandatory necessity to control through the how can we change to, the world has been growing, the economic development requires each day more energy. So things, they fit. We need to have more energy worldwidely, but in a coherent fashion, to avoid CO2 emissions. So we are passing through a very timely energy transition with great opportunities, mainly considering a country like Brazil with resources like for wind power generation, solar generation, hydroelectrical generation. We may not be leaders totally, but we were one of the leaders in this energy transition. And today we are discussing the new fuel that transports energy, and it must be green. So green hydrogen requires each day more energy generation, renewable energy generation. Brazil features a great potential, and it's not and cannot harness it. Well, and let's transform this potential of green hydrogen for exportation. So opportunities that are opening a fantastic space to develop our country and our region. Now I'll pass the floor to Anna of the Portuguese Association of Energy. Anna, it's a pleasure to have you online. And I would like you to, please introduce yourself, talking about yourself and the Portuguese Association. Hello, good afternoon. I hope you are listening me well. I would like to be with you in person. Certainly, you are experiencing a great weather because here in Portugal, we have a little bit of rain. The Portuguese section of energy is the Portuguese representative in the World Energy Council, where we are one of the most and old partners of this. So since the fossil sector and the companies of the renewable sector, we have a vast set of associates in our association. And I would like to share with you the need to debate energy in a worldwide context. So we need to, and we've been following up this initial stage. From the initial stage, in the beginning, we had to produce energy to answer to people's needs. In another phase after wars, we have the need to increase substantially to answer to the industrialization demand of all countries. And now we are talking about a third era of energy, and that is energy for people and for planet well-being. And the need to have sustainable energy and that shall be accessible. And that's the debate of the triple bottom line. So equity, efficiency, so people may be able to afford for the energy we generate. And the third point of the triple bottom line, so we need to lower the emissions, but we need to see it globally. We cannot think only about emissions, but we may think on natural resources. Use of the sun occupying some land, so rural land. We must think about the mineral resources necessary for that energy transition. In this global context, we need to assess three fundamental factors, and also safety, equity, and sustainability. We need to equilibrate the three aspects of this balance. Now, Mr. Everaldo Feitosa, please introduce yourself to the public. Can you hear us? Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. Um, it's a great pleasure to be present with you virtually with the great friends, Jurandir Picanso, Lauro Fiuza. Thank you for Jurandir words, but he's guilty so 2 decades ago, he's guilty for having challenged me, for the first measurement of wind in a place close to Fortaleza called Cofeco. It's a beach, metropolitan beach. It's important to mention in that occasion, 25 years ago, and wind powered, it was just beginning, as Mr. Picanso said, 2, 3 blades, and so vertical axis turbine. I remember, so it's clockwise or counterclockwise? Well, the clockwise for the 3 blades wind power generators has been defined for a woman scientist. She's been sit by the terrace and husband asked, so which side would you like to be the blades to rotate? And Vestas would fabricate tanks, fiber for agriculture, so and other utensils for agriculture. So it's important to see this in this context of this technological evolution. That's fundamental. Now, talking about the current days, technological problem is totally from Brazilian side, and the participation and penetration of eolic and wind and solar, penetration in the northeastern region of Brazil, 60 million people, and in great part of the year, this is generated by our energy is the northeastern region. Rephrasing, it's the region that fostered the greatest penetration of wind and etc. A region with 60 million people. And we carry out the technological challenges. There's no other place to compare with our northeastern region, and we need to build new data. We need to see with the research centers and ministries because we are pioneering, and at the same time, it brings a competitive advantage that is very important. So when we look to the planet, we see so south of Australia and Adelaide with a proposition of generating 67 percent of wind and solar. This is the greatest region of the planet where we can do this. And we need to keep up the wind and solar, and with all those challenges, this is a very important point. And but I wouldn't like to touch this point. This pioneerism, the competitive advantage of Brazil must be linked with international geopolitics. So it's important to see what Europe and other great world leaders like United States and China. I will let this to the second part of my speech, but we have two things, main things: the technological challenge and the international scenario. Yes, great, Mr. Feitosa. You've created a bridge to the next questions that I will tell you. And everything so has to do with you said, so potential, knowledge, pioneerism. So in this sense, we have some invitees for this panel. So we have these people that are pioneer and well, when the globalized version, so we're experiencing a crucial moment in the humankind. Uh, the transition, the energy transition is indispensable. So we don't have a planet B. Well, but in terms of planet, we have only one. Well, energy transition is not only a matter of profit, so and I would like to address the first question to Mr. Lauro. So talking about pioneerism, Lauro, you as a pioneer developing a renewable energy project with Servitec, which are the main lessons learned? Crucial for the expansion of this sector. Well, the pioneer, they pay, a great price to learn when no one knows nothing. But we need to be resilient, and we need to believe in what we are doing. Today, I would say that it's way easier because technology advanced a lot. For example, the number of people today participating in the sectors is just huge. So technology is diffused, spread it out, and available to everyone. And it's not necessary to do things without previous knowledge. Everything is just available today, and energy transition is inevitable. And so we have the awareness that we need to stop generating with oil-based feel and using the nature doing solar and wind power in a sustainable fashion. I don't see lack of knowledge anymore. We have universities to of courses of you know courses for renewable energy, bachelor degrees in renewable energy, for example. So the costs of fabrication of a solar panel lowered 97%. It's unbelievable. This is technology. And many things will happen already. The wind power has not evolved that quick. And I'm I've started with wind power, and I see clearly it's much more easy to generate energy with solar panels than to have a wind farm. It's cheaper. In Brazil, features, you know, letting alone the Amazon, and that is a giant area, we can have, solar panels. So to give you an idea, the state that features the most, and so Minas, for example, after Northeast, and close to the consum close to the consumption, but the difference of doing in Ceará or Rio Grande do Sul, in south of Brazil, in terms of solar is minimal, but in terms of wind power, the differences are brutal. I see evolution with a great enthusiasm. And as we talked before, we can export renewable energy through green hydrogen. So green hydrogen can transport electrons. That's fantastic. So thank you, Mr. Lauro. Before addressing a question to Dr. Jurandir, I will try to get from your memories what you were doing 20 years ago. If you were thinking about sustainability, about renewable energies or something like that. And I respect you very much for your backgrounds, And this panel, you are such great lecturers, and you're sharing your backgrounds with us. So, Dr. Jurandir, taking advantage of that, and looking to the past and doing some parallels with the current days, which were the main initiatives that fostered, renewable energy growth in Brazil, etc., and brought us where we are today? Well, I am an engineer from, old school the engineer, if you allow me to say. And by that time, we had the slightest concern about sustainability. We just needed to make a bridge if it featured, so no concern of animals, with biome and vegetation, etc. This notion of sustainability, I've learned many, many years later. It started, I think, with Rio 1992. You remember that event? So when we had that new care and the concerns with the environment, etc., with the social impacts, and bringing to the present, and also getting it to the future, we've had great evolution, giant evolution. So if we develop projects, for example, of photovoltaic and solar and wind power projects, we are not doing more projects because of the costs. That's why we need to foster development, and we have a new factor, that is sustainability, the need to decarbonize the planet, and that cost, that is an advantage competition factor. It will sum up to, well, dealing with the solar and photovoltaic with the greatest potential. They will sum up as being the solution to decarbonization. Decarbonization passes through energy transition, and energy transition has as its fundamental focus renewable energy. And so we have also, besides renewable energy, decarbonization comes first. So energy deficit. We give a little attention to efficiency, and before producing renewable energy, we need to seek for producing, consuming less energy during the production. You got me? Because even renewable energy, it features environmental impact, social ones, that during its execution shall be minimized. And today, unfortunately, we have an awareness about it. All the entrepreneurs developing their projects in the northeastern region of Brazil, projects for solar and wind power, etc. All of them, they take care on minimizing environmental impacts beforehand, before even designing the project. So care with local communities, and this, it's been a gain that we've had during time. It's been a great evolution. But now we have the future challenges. May I talk about the future? Yes, sure thing. Because energy sector is much impacted with the digital transformation. So digital transformation brings solutions for you to have the best harness, so to seize the best way possible the renewable energies. But we have two sides. We are bringing efficiency, but we have, on the other hand, digitalization. The data centers today, they are great consumers, you know, and it makes that so data centers must be supplied with renewable energy. So from one hand, you have a solution to make things more efficient. On the other hand, you need to address the supply. So with data center supply with this energy. And this thing about data centers, and they participate with 1%. And 4%, and it will grow. So they create similar impacts as the green hydrogen production. Ricardo, I think that's our greatest concern, because I've followed it up, planning, development of the electric system, and it used to happen, and just that's what we've called vegetative growth. And in some specific or punctual industry of aluminum or steel milling, and the impact of those great charges will change things totally. The projects for Port of Pecém, they consume much more than the whole state of Ceará together. While this system has been developed during decades, we will to give short-term solutions to deal with the new impacts of the electric charge, and the systems are not evolving with a compatible thing. So like so for example, for a data center, so to follow up the growth of those charges, for the expansion, because transmission lines are difficult to build in a short term due to all the impacts during the planning and implementation projects. So I've heard something: without transmission, there are no transition. Without transmission, no transition. a great word puzzle because I think it's true, right? Without transmission lines, no transition. Without transmission lines, transition dies. So I'll pass the floor to Mrs. Anna for her to give her vision. Um, which mm, which partnerships Portuguese association has been established to promote this interchange of knowledge in the field of renewable energies? How do you see these association, work? Okay, as a member of the World Energy Council, and well, I invite you to visit the website of Energy Council when you can assess the numbers I've showed you previously. Well, considering the evolution that each country will have in this energy transition, we need to have these bilateral conversations. The contexts are very, very distinct. And Europe, they have access to energy, a good percentage of access to energy, etc. On the other hand, we've had countries from Africa, with limitations in terms of access to energy. Countries in Latin America, you know, and concerns are different for different countries. The opportunities that each country offer are diverse. For example, capacity of production for uh, and access, logistic access, maritime or terrestrial accesses of energy coming from abroad. Those two things together, they are essential. And to assess the context of the other countries, that's very, very important. We're not doing this alone. Each country is responsible to collaborate on the best interest. We've been talking about transporting, for example, hydrogen from a country to another. And so it's a discussion in Europe in the sense of building a pipeline that could allow the transportation of Portugal, France, and maybe Germany to achieve so pipelines that will connect Europe. But there's some issues. The cost of transportation is highly elevated. So this idea uh, so it needs initial infrastructure investment, but also effective costs of the operation, of the implementation of the infrastructure. In this sense, Portugal and production, and it starts to integrate the value chain in the sense of decarbonize national industry. So we have another core issue here in the country itself. The way infrastructures they develop is different. We have zones in the country and we have also terrain available. So to implement solar panels and wind turbines, but those zones they feature lower people density but less infrastructure. And we have less infrastructure with gas networks and well, we need a global investments for electricity and for gas. We've launched an auction, so call for bidding for green hydrogen and biomethane. and a network for natural gas. And with this, to decarbonize a part of the consumptions, the domestic consumptions. And uh, well, the fact is that we don't have a gas network for 100% of the consumers in Portugal. And I would like to remember you, 20 years ago, I was in my undergraduate course of not very experienced, but I did a PhD in oil engineer. Well, I would like to give you a takeaway message about renewable energy. So they started to happen effectively, and the World Energy Council is quite old. The first energy meeting has been in 1924, and those discussions about the capacity building, infrastructure for development, and transportation of energy, they were good discussions. But the fossil-based fuel, they were fundamental. And in a conference in Istanbul in 1977, that was when, and in Saudi Arabia, to countries of OPEC, and then we started to think about renewable energy and nuclear energy. And those first conversations about renewable energy, um, and the first discussions, started in 1970s, and together with the activisms, no, green demonstrations. And 20 years ago in Portugal, we started talking about sustainability, not in a way so accentuated, so significant way, in the significant way just in the last decades. And we did some investments in wind and wind energy, and also offshore wind power generation, and also photovoltaic. But in Brazil, Brazil features a great capacity of water water retention through dams and pumping, but Portugal effectively must bet on energy store. Perfect, Anna, thank you. Very clear, concise, your answer. And I thought, so you said something about each country is experiencing their moment. But I found it interesting because, you know, we've had the former minister of Tunisia, and he said, well, in Tunisia, as in other countries, and we won't have an energy transition. We'll start from scratch with the green energy. And he's compared with, for example, landline to cell phones in Tunisia. In Tunisia, people hadn't landlines, and people started having cell phones. So I believe it's been very interesting what you said, because actually it corroborates, well, what each country says, you know. I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Everaldo because he left, you know, an insight of the interiorization. So in which ways World Wind Association is supporting wind power energies in the emerging markets, and which are the main challenges you find? And this globalization, as you mentioned very finely, so well, I think it's very important to have this context. So each day more, Brazil consolidates as a protagonist in the world. I see Brazil in a more broadened fashion. We have the best wind in the world, It we don't have so that's out of questions. I remember Jurandir when we did the first measurements of wind parameters, the scientific, not the commercial and industrial, but the international scientific commission said no, there's no such wind. That's impossible. So constant, so strong. And I've had a meeting in Germany with Alan Swabin. He's been the founder of one of the greatest companies in German, Vob Wind Power in Brazil. And so they said, there's no such wind. Wow, that's impossible. So we've been a pioneer, proving the strong potential of wind power. So just the small digression. We have one of the greatest wind powers, wind for wind power. And Brazil is also a great country to be a leader in the energy transition in the world in terms of perspectives of exploration. One of the greatest, one of the five producers of oil on the planet. Brazil also is one of the great producers in terms of uranium extraction. So we are in a country that features the best conditions altogether to define, to show the way, to show people the way, without being dependent on other countries' policies. And for that, it's important to consider which one is the best exportation product in the United States. Today, the best exportation product of the United States is oil. The United States exported last year almost 230 billion of oil. And when I say oil, I mean so refined one or gas, raw, etc. The greatest exportation so is 240 billion reais. That's the pathway we need to consider when talking about energy transition. Well, I have the elected president. For example, he left the Paris Agreement. It's all about oil, and so there's no other way. And that acts of U.S. inflation, giving subsidies for renewable energy, etc. That's the greatest reality. On the other hand, what do we have? I will mention those numbers. 204 billion of exportation revenue generated. The greatest exported company in the United States is Boyd. Boyd is the greatest one. It exported in the United States something roughly $100 billion. Boeing to $100 billion. Now let's talk about China. China exported only in photovoltaic panels, only in equipment for solar and wind power generation, $182 billion. So China today exports twice the number in terms of revenue comparing to the best exportation product from the United States with this clean energy streamline and energy transition. I think this context shows the excellent condition. So Brazil is in a position to be a leader, with no doubt. Thank you, Mr. Feitosa. And I will have another question, so I will divide one question between two. We're seeing a current scenario of this chain, of supply chain, that is a little bit okay. We are looking to a scenario where we have curtailment. We have big companies leaving Brazil, talking about wind power, etc. We're seeing other projects, great projects about hydrogen. How do you assess the current scenario? Positive, optimistic, with a suspicious mind, So what is your impression in terms of this scenario we are experiencing? So we know, so just to have an idea of where are we, so do some reckoning on this new scenario. Well, the demand of Brazil it's not increasing, and the good growth rates will be only back within 4 or 5 years. So that's a great and hinder for any investor to be bold enough to enter a new endeavor. So what everyone is doing is trying to find alternatives for investment. So, and now we have data centers that will be great consumers of energy, right? To give you an idea, Ceará is privileged because we have 17 submarine cables and two other ones under implementation. So in the next 30 years, for investments in data centers is huge, as someone said, and they will demand a lot of energy. So a new cycle will come with data centers. The current moment is very critical. With this curtailment, with the OMS, the WHO, they have the right to cut the. So some institution they have the right to cut the energy when we have excess of generation. It's been causing great harm for all the new projects. Regardless the owner, no political influence, no friendship, it's to everyone. So the investors, they are very, very apprehensive and in new projects. But I'm an optimistic. My nature is optimistic, and for data centers we have ongoing projects and implemented ones, and we are having a new cycle for renewable energy demand. Dr. Jurandi, please. So with the same horizon in mind, I would like to highlight that the great alteration that we could see in our energy matrix was the introduction of the distributed generation. This distributed generation, it reduced a lot the demand for great plants and parks. It affected the market, and the most affected market was of wind power generation because solar photovoltaic advanced much more. The demand is the same, the growth in the market is the same, and the demand from the market has been met with the distributed energy that's been scaled more than the solar plant centralized one and the solar competing with the wind power. All this summed up, the reduction on the demand, we see curtailment arriving and is making people crazy because an entrepreneur to input a great amount of money and not being able to transport their energy, but the solutions will come because renewable energy it varies, it's like that, it's about its nature, and unfortunately the solution comes on storing energy. Storing energy, so the best solution has been mentioned by Anna, so the reversible plants where you can pump water and you put the turbine for that same water. The best alternative in Brazil, but it's not that developed. And we have batteries, and batteries are a great solution for that variability in terms of renewable energies. And the fuel batteries will be introduced in large scale. Brazil will be it's one of the last countries to introduce batteries to store energy in its system, and it will come in large scale. And uh, for the entrepreneurs to plan the production of energy, and the number of batteries to store energy, and to plan the delivery, avoiding unnecessary costs for transmission and for operation in system losses. It will be a great transformation. And um, so the cost of the batteries is reducing. Uh, then it's a transformation. I bet on the energy storage in the next years in Brazil. Uh, so you, Feitosa, as deputy president of World Association, how the entity is looking at Brazil in what regards wind power? So wind power features a situation that the whole world cannot understand. We we left. We have United States, China, and Brazil, and we'll have a gap, in this 2024. Those perspectives for next years, very, very complicated. That's the great reality. We cannot meet, we cannot serve a market a great market like this, and to risk breakdown or collapse. But I will get Mr. Picanso words and certain things we don't have. Um, um, so we have several places for producing wind power, because not in the coast, because the coast wind farms, they have the thermal wind, that the earth, um, the soil heats, and we have the competition with the solar in the coastal area. But in the countryside, we have the night wind. The night wind, with all statistics proved, it starts 5 p.m. and it goes to next morning 5 a.m. My point is, if we get the night wind together, I will make a point. So with I will be redundant here. The night wind with the daily sun, and in the northeastern region, the compensation will be perfect and more efficient than Australian ones. For example, the greatest battery projects are in Australia with the thermal wind, so this night wind or Brazil. I tease you all with a challenge. Brazil has been the first country in the planet to foster an energy auction, where this auction could be, we could have a competition among wind power, biomass, methane, coal, oil, and people were in doubt if wind power and solar would won that auction. And in that auction, the wind power energy has been the cheapest one. And the whilst Europe was trying with that solution of subsidizing the oil, wind and solar, Brazil fostered an auction, and wind power has been fostered strongly. My challenge is, if the government promotes an auction, energy flex auction, solar, battery, and wind will have the cheapest cost in the world, because the amount of megawatt hour stored in a battery shall be minimal. In a hub of 100 megawatts, in a place where we have the wind, the night wind, we have 40 megawatts of solar power and 20 megawatts of batteries. We don't have in the world a scenario like this. So this protagonism in Brazil, we need to see this vision, and we need to be bold. It will provide, once more, in that occasion, we've had the cheapest price of wind power energy in the planet. If Brazil fosters an auction today, we will have the lowest cost in the planet. Okay, Mr. Feitosa. I would like to have 2 more hours, but organization says that I have 5 minutes. We have only 5 minutes. So I would like to thank your final remarks, please. If possible, a message of how do you find, the future. This sustainable energy future. So what do you think you can do? Something quick just to finalize. And I would like to start with Anna with her final remarks. Essentially, so I would like just to ask, so in terms of adequate training for the development of all the projects, uh, foster infrastructure, you know. So it's fundamental the investors to know in the medium and long terms which are the policies that effectively to be on to be enforce all the policies and laws enforced because we have a lot of red tape that delays project implementations. And on the other hand, I would like to say that we need to verify how the consumers are looking at that transition. We have a trend to assess from the side of the companies, but from the other side of the final customers, which are customers' concerns. So, and I would like to leave this key message, the stick away message to pay attention to the customers and consumers' point of view. Thank you, Anna. Thank you for your presence. We are honored with your representation here. Thank you very much. It's, well, likewise. Thank you. Mr. Feitosa, your final remarks, please. Mr. Feitosa, please. Now I got it. So your final remarks, please. Well, with those such illustrious members of this panel like Dr. Picanso, as in the Lauro and the pioneerism, I have just only one statement, considering their presence. So I reiterate, we need to be bold and we need to be leaders. Brazil needs to be bold, and well, before the pro-infra, for example, after pro-infra auctions and etc., all the challenges, so to lead and to be bold, that's the key for the future. Once more, I thank you for your availability and well, such good information, this exchange of knowledge, that is so rich. Mr. Jurandir, your final remarks, please. I would like to highlight what Mr. Feitosa said about the quality of our energy in the northeastern region. In this, for this we have this opportunity that nature gives us. But the greatest seas will come with a proper technological development. So this energy transition will be an energy transition through innovation. Everything is new, and for this we need to invest in people's development and the preparation, to seize the best way possible this opportunity that nature offered us. It's an opportunity for the whole Northeast. Ceará departed first because it features the port and industry complex of Pecém, giving the best opportunity for those companies interested in developing their projects. But it's not only about nature, natural resources. We need to develop knowledge and invest in people, research, and inside this energy transition. Thank you, Dr. Jurandir. I'm an optimist by nature. So what we need to foster is we need to marry private initiative, academia, and private sector, academia, and government. With those three, those of this tripod will have, technology advancing and illuminating the investor's pathway, but without putting together private sector, public sector, and private company, well, it won't happen. Everaldo has been one pioneer. I've fought a lot. I've got tired going to this Brazil state capital, talking to the politicians. So people would say, Mr. Lauro, you're very sympathetic, but let's talk about other things because you don't need to think about that in Brazil. So come on, let's talk about other issues. So academia must develop new technology, and government, they need to establish the frameworks, and then the private sector will believe and put their money on that. Thank you, Dr. Lauro. So I thank all the panelists here, but I need to thank you for having had time to be here listening to us, listening to those people that are references in their area. So I thank you very much for your presences, and please, let's give it up to them. They earned it. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So now we have a female exclusive panel. So, and besides we four, we have Mrs. Virginia in Spain. Oh, Virginia, can you hear us? Great, Virginia is helping us. I'd like you to, when we start our panel, sorry, we have different time zones, but I would like to make you at ease, please. We can start talking about our panel that is energy and tourism, transformation of the destinations in a sustainable fashion. So please, we give you the honor to start our panel. Thank you, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. I would like to thank you for the invitation, for the opportunity. Unfortunately, because of the time zone, I won't be able to be with you to the end. It's such a pity because this subject is very, very interesting, but I thank you for having given me the floor first. I'm the coordinator of tourism program here. I work with the climate change agenda and the circular economy. And I would like to start giving you some good news. Maybe you already have had those news. And from the Baku Eco 29, our sector, tourism, has made history for the first time. We had the celebration of the Tourism Day. Tourism has been included officially in our agenda. And as you may imagine, we spoke about energy transition, obviously. And one of the main results of this reunion in what regards tourism has been the election, the realization of okay, so in this sense, in this theme, that's a little bit of what we're talking about. And besides this declaration, so we are fostering since COP26 and of a leadership in climate changes. We have a declaration, we have a common vision. It's a kind of a volunteer commitment. The companies of the sector and tourism authorities in advance together in what regards the climate changes. And the emissions in terms of tourism is around 8% of the global emissions. That's the last information. And we have a scientific study, COP29. And considering this, so and in the other half, we have a great challenge then, right? And we think that is a great opportunity, unique one, in a way that we may rethink on how to use energy and tourism not only to reduce emissions, but also to potentialize destinations that are more resilient, more sustainable. In other words, bottom line, you can see this energy transition as a sustainability engine. So prioritarily, we should approach reduction of emissions through energy transition. So we should bet on the renewable energy in all the chains of the value chain, transportation, clean technology, and the touristic activities. We have examples like solar panels and electrification of vehicles. And then for all this, we need innovation, right? And to have a better energy efficiency, not only cost reduction regarding energy efficiency, but we've reinforced this mobility and the challenge if we think about those small companies, the major part, so the make part of our sector in tourism, the majority are SMEs. So the great challenges are investments. For this transition, maybe it's important to innovate the approach of these problems. We are promoting collaboration measures for that, fostering so collaboration and demand from the part of small companies can create scale economy for those investors. It has are interested in participating in this chain. And we have a social element as well and energy transition. We have benefits for the local communities. It's like a catalyzer for local development and may improve the quality of life of the communities of the touristic destinations. And we know that transition is not easy. It's something about leadership and collaboration. So it's important that governments, the companies, international organizations, they must work in group with appropriate regulatory frameworks. So we need, I think she needs to, well, we need to see this energy transition as a central pillar and also, and to finalize, I would like, if you allow me, it's just a call to action. And as you know, the tourism is an engine, it's a driver for economic development, and we hope it's it shall be a good driver, a sustainable driver that is not only a target, it must be a moral responsibility. So I'd like to invite you all to imagine a future where the touristic destinations are not only places to visit, but living examples on how the economic activities they can coexist in harmony with the planet. Through sustainable energy, we will be able, for sure, to convert this vision into reality. And thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you. Thank you very much. So the challenges are great. We know about the benefits. We know that we have the most diverse challenges, but I would like to have some guidance from yours. How does small destinations they can start, they can do a kickoff? You've been very happy. So, and we need to, the concerns about the starts, initial starts of the small and medium places distant from the big metropolis, and with good results in the short term. Good question. So we must more synergy and synergy between policies, local policies, and SMEs. SMEs, they must mobilize most capital they have, and the managers, the destination managers, they must be attentive, and we are seeing pre-competitive collaboration exercises in a way that SMEs are creating cooperatives to move a bigger volume of clean energy. and making them to contribute better. So there is no silver bullet. There's something that, but that's something that can be used to them also. As many actors we have, better results. The more the merrier. So, and what about the GHG emissions? We have our models, aerial, terrestrial, aquatic, so greatest consumers. They contribute very negatively in the scenario. So which actions you are suggesting for us to compensate, so carbon compensation for those small and medium enterprises? So the local emissions. So always we're talking about GHG. GHG from tourism, we think about aviation, right? Think about the flights, like that difficult thing to talk about, the elephant in the room. That's the new novelty when we look at the domestic tourism emissions, when I talked about 8% of emotions. At the domestic level, we have car travels, right? That is practically the same emissions. And we are taking lots of measures regarding innovation, destinations, and that's it. We need to do electrification of those fleets. It's a very complex theme, and since the Declaration of Glasgow, when we've followed up all the signatories, and and we've had this initiative to forward as a group, and following up this mitigation and compensation as a subsidy strategy. For example, first of all, all the emissions the most as possible, and try to do compensation like a mechanism. So we need to. So in some cases we have the carbon market that is very complex. We have lots of different types of qualities about credits. The type of carbon credits that we can buy. We have high standard credit. Certified by good reputation third parties. So, and that was in the first week of COP. We've had the agreement, the Article 6 of Paris Agreement, on the Paris Agreement. We have this article of the Paris Agreement regulating the market carbons. And not only the market carbons, the carbon markets, the volunteer ones, but also the carbon markets between countries, sovereign carbon markets. I think this operation will be very interesting because it will give the possibility to those countries in a way that through this training, carbon emission training or trading, we're trying to see which can be the entrance sector. I think the tourism sector can be interesting for those sovereign markets. It's not a simple thing, but we have identified the possibility to include tourism in the national plans, climate plans, not only from the point of view of adaptation, is how those national plans they looked at our sector, but also considering mitigation. And this, in the short term, will allow us to improve those strategies of Article 6. And getting back once more to the volunteer market as a way, as a pathway we'd like to recommend, we'd like to go farther until beyond the traditional credits, and we need to think about carbon credits of direct carbon capture. We have technologies nowadays that serve to absorb the carbon from the atmosphere and to capture it and to bury it between commas at the long term. Those technologies are the future. We'll never reach our targets without technology. Problem is it's very expensive and it's complicated to use those carbon credits. So we need to keep advancing to generate those demands, them to be more accessible, and to do this mix between traditional compensation, like for example, reforesting through measurements like this. But it's in a summary, it's what I had to say. See, as we have in Brazil, on a great territory extension, we have this look to SAF. The fuel for the flight companies to have some reduction. So once more, I thank your collaboration to our panel, and if it's possible, if you will, keep up with us for listening us and until you need to leave. Now the next one, talk a little bit about our panel. We'll be learning a lot about what you have to say. Learn a lot with what you have to say. Thank you very much.
We need to ask for standardization of sustainability reporting across the board in travel and tourism so that we can make informed choices when we travel. It's not rocket science. We know what we need to do. We need to stop talking and start acting. So thank you very much.
I would like to make a compliment. So when you said Gibraltar, you've mentioned the marine reserve. And today you speak about the rotation of the touristic destinations, but it's not been easy, right? So I would like you to elaborate a little bit more about the challenges, how people there accepted or not, and how was the discussion, the arguments, and the persuasion, and how did things happen?
So definitely it was a challenge. Gibraltar is very famous for whale migration, for shark migration. We've got killer whales that are resident now in the area, and we've got dolphins. So it really is National Geographic at its best. But we very quickly saw that overpressure and even that harassment by tour boats and even local pleasure boats in wanting to see these beautiful creatures. So what we did is there's areas within our waters that are nurseries and breeding grounds. There are times of the year when it is forbidden to tour in that area because that is when the calves are being born and they're being reared. Also, similarly, we have a marine enforcement patrol which patrols our waters every single day. We worked with them and we came up with some legislation and some protocols for the shipping industry and for everybody using it, saying how they have to approach these creatures. It wasn't easy. Of course, there was resistance in the first instance. But when we worked with the science, with the university, and we embarked on a citizen science program where we got local divers to put pictures online of the beauties underneath the sea, it changed that mindset. People started thinking, wow, I need to look after that because it really is special. It's not always easy, but we need to persevere.
Now,
Perfect. Thank you very much. And now I will share. Rosalia, please, floor is yours. You may talk a little bit about Ecuador. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the possibility to participate in this summit and soon. So we've talked a lot about tourism as the industry without smoke, without chimney. So, but first we've discovered that tourism features lots of chimneys, and in some spaces we are not. We need to talk about tourism, sustainability, and in this case, energy also. And in the current moment, we need to talk about science, importance, and why I'm telling you this. When I start thinking about how our lives changed, I have age enough to understand well our lives changed. I'm from before the internet. I'm a digital migrant, but I needed to learn lots of things during the years. When we put on a balance science and conscience, I would like that my conscience should, moral perspective should make us to change our behavior. And if I would like to propose an example for us to understand how can we change the habits, it would be not easy, and the adults, they wouldn't be so keen on changing. So we need to work on education to change children behavior, youngsters behavior, if you want a sustainable world, actually. So, but science came to modify habits. Who would say that we would be so keen on the cell phone? Who would say that we could, tune with platforms, with TV, etc. During the pandemic, we've learned how to use Zoom, and the platforms to communicate better and to communicate with the members of our family. It was not so common to have video presentations like these, but since the pandemic, we've learned that it's possible. Uh, so science maybe do more than conscience, but we have a new technological device because we've decided to change and the those vehicles and for example those special vehicles that are the balloons that are most friendly than the jets and the flight travels. This can be, but we see that those talking about dirigible, right? Airships, but we have all the vehicles in terms of amount of fuel and because of the waste it generates. Great cruisers with the greatest cruise in the world. They are making with sails. So the Orient Express will cross the seas with sails, sailing and not with engines. Well, so it would seem like a romantic idea from a novel, but it's a reality now. So science is advancing a lot, but clearly we cannot let conscience aside. I need to say that only animal that pollutes is the human being, the only one. Because when you have animals, captive animals, they will generate waste. But and so we need to understand that the animal world, it's not strange for the touristic industry. It's the generation of trash, garbage. How much garbage it generates, how much. So we need to be coherent and work with a circle economy. How are we going to recycle, reuse all the goods we have for our daily routines? That can be uh, it can be applied in the touristic world. Um, so we can participate in shows, in art. Uh, so the COVID experience let us a legacy, and we have all the pathways. On the other hand, um, we saw the demonstration of the Mykonos island inhabitants in Santorini as well, but we saw the demonstration in Barcelona, Canary Islands, telling that we don't have any more tourists enough because they are ending our way of living. They are polluting, not only talking about physical pollution, but also sound pollution. In other words, they are very noisy, causing loads of problems for the local population. They live on tourism, but maybe it's enough. So we've exaggerated. We are not thinking about people. We're thinking only in an entertainment moment. Um, we must think a little bit more than conscience than science. Let's think about in a less hedonistic world. And let's think about to be more conscient, to propose a better world using in a better fashion the resources we have available. Thank you very much. So circular economy, etc. It's not easy to start a circular economy to give it a kickoff in that community far, far away. So circular economy, it's nice to use in small, medium, and large communities, but the kickoff, talking about public policies, what can you say in terms of public policies versus circular economy? So based on what science is telling us, public policies must be based on science. If we see the proposition of blue economy, for example, green economy, so it's telling us that even people in most remote places, they are much more, it's much easier for them to be favorable to this kind of proposition than those people who live in more industrial places, more complex places, where we are used to, that we know that children, they think milk comes from the supermarket, not from the cows. And pe- people must understand nature is complicated. And I have grandkids, and I work in a leadership school, and I know how youngsters, how they think, and I relate to people of my own age. So I think it's much easier to offer this kind of tool for kids and youngsters because there we will find a greater conscience, greater awareness. The adults difficultly they will change their habits. Obviously, I could say, well, you cross your arms, but crossing your arms. If I talk this to children, they will capture this immediately. And we need to do this in quick fashion. We were talking with all the chiefs of state, and we don't have a planet B. We just have this only one planet, and we have no time. We acknowledge this because of droughts and severe events. In Ecuador, we've had Galapagos. I think you've heard about Galapagos, right? Many people they do not know that it belongs to Ecuador because people just want to go to Galapagos, and Galapagos is part of Ecuador. And um, it's a controlled place. We have a certain number of people to enter Galapagos every year. It's respected. And we have a laboratory as well, I believe the best natural laboratory of the world, where Darwin developed the evolution of species theory. There is tourism, but it's a very controlled tourism. The number of inhabitants that enter is very controlled. No one can get anything from nature. So they must leave everything at the same place. So no animal, not 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 even moss. It's easy to get by and to get by sea lion and other animals to see them around, and we allow no strange species, invasive species, but it's hard working, but we need to do this, right? So now I'll pass the floor to Loretta. Loretta, please tell us about you and about your work.
Every year, every week, I would fly between two very big tourist destinations in the United States. The United States capital, which gets about 400,000 tourists a month, and Disneyland, which was what I represented in Washington, D.C., which gets about anywhere between 70, on average, 70,000 people a day, but can go up to 140,000 people a day. In fact, as an Anaheim resident, we have a special number we can call to find out what the expected number of people are at the park at Disneyland to see whether we want to go or not. So 2 tourist destinations. What did we do? When I was in the United States Congress, I worked with Disneyland to do renewables. To Anaheim, the city where Disneyland is, decided in 1950, that they would have their own electrical generation system. And one of the biggest reasons that Disneyland was put in Anaheim was because Disneyland needed consistent, reliable energy to run its rides, its lights, everything that it has. So we have our own electrical system. We don't rely on somebody else. But because of that, we have a lot of ability to work on the energy needs that the entire city needs. With respect to renewables, we've put in a lot of solar renewable. If you're from Southern California, you know we have sun about 340 days of the year, more or less. We also did all of our plates and papers, and we used to use plastic for people to have water bottles, for people to have to eat. We changed all of that out into works that can be redone. So you have forks not made of plastic, you have forks made of some sort of composition that is allowable to be biodegradable. We changed the way we did our fireworks. Disneyland used to have a big fireworks show every single night of the year. I know, because it started at 9:30 and you could see it from my house. Well, you can imagine how dirty the type of fireworks. I'm talking, imagine the best fireworks show you ever saw, and imagine it to be 10 times better than that. And that would happen every night to the air that I would breathe as a child. So now we only do it Friday and Saturday and Sunday, and we've gotten a lot smarter about what type of fireworks we use and how we do them. So little by little over time, as I represented Disneyland, we went to renewables, we went to sustainability, we went to different types of energy, and we continue to move that forward, including in the red ship, the big red boats that Disneyland has as its cruise ships, has all sorts of renewable and 100% LED and all types of things as it builds its new ships. In the United States Congress, it's a different story. In the United States Congress, it wasn't until 2006 when Nancy Pelosi from California, and remember, we believe in California, we are at the forefront all the time of the environmental movement. She said, we are going to recycle our papers. In one day, in my office, you cannot imagine the amount of paper wasted, white paper sheets, the type you use to put your presentations on, etc. And all of that was going to landfill. Nancy made it a rule with the help of the Democrats voting, because we were the majority, to have recyclables for aluminum, for plastic, for our white papers, for our newspapers, and then, for trash. And this lasted for 4 years. And when the Republicans took over the House of Representatives again, they took away the recycling program. And today, there is still no recycling going on in the United States Congress, a place that has 18,000 workers and 400,000 on average people a month coming to visit. So you can imagine people at the top have an ability to put in the rules and regulations to ensure that all of us are doing as individuals the things we need to do for sustainability when it comes to tourism. Thank you.
Just to confirm and to complement this thing about the supports, political supports that we need to integrate each day more. The activities, you've mentioned examples like big metropolises, but a small community, talking in Brazil, about Brazil, for example, underdevelopment country. How can we reconcile and demonstrate each day more the importance of public policies to bring the House of Representatives for them to understand the necessity? So we are a little bit delayed. We need to recover time, the time we've lost now, not looking only, that's something we must recover, time we've lost, and how to do this with greater agility.
It all comes down to education. It really all comes down to education. The younger people in the United States are the ones pushing for the green agenda. Now, they push in, and I said this yesterday on a panel, they push in the mind, they understand that they believe my generation ruined the planet and that they are on a very quick timeline to try to recapture our Earth back. And so they say this, but at the same time, do they practice what they say? A lot of times they don't. It's more expensive. It's more expensive to the individual, not to the collective body, right? What we're trying to do is solve the collective body. And so we need to, and we do this every day in the schools in the United States, in many of the schools, at least in California, because we are a green state and we're constantly pushing to green. I know that the curriculum, for example, in Florida, of a home in Florida, does not talk about ecology, about, we have no recycle program in the home that I have in Florida. The governor, DeSantis, does not believe in climate change, even though we were hit with 5 hurricanes just 2 months ago, one right after the other, that destroyed some major portions of Florida. And some say those areas that were hit by the hurricane may never recover at all. Even though people want to move back, they may not recover at all. So we are on a race, and I think it comes down to educating everybody. I know I do some pro bono work with the Vatican, and one of the things we're doing is to raise money for a 24-hour channel worldwide to show the documentaries about what is happening to our world. So even the most uneducated can begin to understand the individual steps that they can do to help our planet.
Wow, this is a very exciting. If I could, I would stay the whole night talking about this. So Loretta, Lisetta, and Rosario, I don't know if Virginia is online, but can we do our final remarks? And I leave you my deepest gratefulness because you are here. Thank you for having this connectivity with tourism and energy transition. And please, if you want to start with your final remarks, please.
If I can get 3 words to describe this conference and obviously the issues with travel and tourism and sustainability, it's ambition, We all have the ambition. We know what we need to do. It's education that is critical. We've had an environmental education program for 20 years in every single school in Gibraltar. And now the younger generation are mandating this. And that is that final word, the power to mandate. It is up to us to put the pressure in the right places and find that symbiotic relationship and say, yes, we want tourism, but not at that critical expense of our beautiful ecosystems. So we have to mandate from industry, and industry has to mandate from us. So education, ambition, and mandate. Thank you.
In my case, we need to think about three things. One is about a legal framework that is adequate in the countries and the local governments because it's necessary. Without that, sometimes we just feel handcuffed. And education unavoidably is fundamental. And the greater capacity of listen and call to action by all the stakeholders, people in the field and in the territory that must act, you know, in a very certain fashion to achieve a sustainable tourism. And I would add up something else. When we talk about tourism, tourism is not an island. Tourism is developing in our countries, and for that, it's part of a whole set of tourism is part of our daily activities, part of the country's daily activities. That's what I would like to say.
First went into the Congress as a young woman. I became very good friends with then President Bill Clinton. He was the president. And he put me in as the head of the Democratic Party nationally. So for 2 years, I spent a lot of time in campaign, in raising money, a lot of time with him. At the end, in the year 2000, as he was getting to the end of his presidency, and I believe Bill Clinton, when you look at the policies and the things and the economy that he had, that he helped to shepherd, is probably one of the best modern day presidents of our time. And I asked him the question, is there anything you regret? Right before, like a month before he was leaving the office. And he said to me, Loretta, I didn't dream big enough. I didn't dream big enough. And when I spent 20 years in the United States Congress working every day trying to not only fix problems, but make opportunity so that people could succeed in the United States, when I look back on those 20 years and I ask myself, is there anything that I regret? And my answer is the same. I didn't dream big enough. So we, as people in tourism, as people who care about our countries, as people who care about nature, we have to let ourselves dream big enough, because then we will achieve even more than what we have today.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon. Well, this is the last panel of those 2 great days we've had. The debate and the discussions and the comments and the opinions of the specialists. So have brought us through a pathway of energy transition that in some cases we can also have some funding and some good political will. What would occur if we arrive to this point, waiting for energy transition and we have the clean energies and the sources of renewable energy, maybe those who drives our life as in the energy sector. So, and if we arrive to this point, is this inclusive? Is this to everything, to everyone, maybe better saying? I've seen in those 2 days the principles that we've managed to have, the principles, energy, inclusive, and some. We have Max trying to connect himself, right? Max from Madrid. We hope we can bring him some, his opinion. And, and in the meanwhile, I would like to introduce you my colleagues on the stage. I will introduce you to those specialists we have in this panel to discuss about energy justice. We have Tiziana Queiroz. Let's start with, I am the former president of Exton Technology, based on Brazil. So we'll have some light, put the spotlight on about which different options we have, or what can work, what is not working. And we have Tiziana Queiroz, president of Somos and she's a company entrepreneur of the year. And how the inclusion in the society. We have Max here. Can we hear us? So, what a great joy to have you. It's a pleasure to greet you. It's a pleasure to me to be in this worldwide conference that is repercuting a lot. Thank you, Max, to get to us, to this panel. Thank you for your time. From Madrid, are you on Madrid? Yes, I am in Madrid. I've been, in G20. I'd like to congratulate Brazil, always the protagonist of great agreements. I would like to be there, but I am very well represented by you. Thank you. Thank you, Max, my friend. Let me introduce you, Roman Rodriguez. He's an entrepreneur with lots of skills, and he's the president of Global Gift Institute and of a foundation. And he accumulates lots of roles, and among them, he's the president of the School Council, that is the foundation of Papa Francisco. We'll be talking with him about inclusion and social justice, so towards the most vulnerable sectors of the society. Well, Max is the General Secretary of the International Youth Organization. Very active, very present. It's important to have his opinion, to listen to his point of view, and about our future in all the sectors, but mainly in what regards energy. I'd like to start with Tiziana. Maybe she will need to go out earlier. She has been very generous, and now she will get a flight. And we'll be talking to you today. And when you leave, please feel at ease to do it. Tiziana, how to promote this energy justice in more vulnerable situations? Well, social justice in an event like this, in transition energy, and in an event about transition energy. Beforehand, we would talk about social impact and separated from social, environmental, social. We cannot divide both things. We must talk about social environmental impact. And every action you are doing, every place, must have those two pillars together. Somos it's more focused on social, but we are bringing this look because we know that people that must suffer from the negative impacts are the most vulnerable ones. So when we support people in vulnerable communities to prosper, to develop better, they live from vulnerable communities and they can protect themselves from climate changes. And what we've been seeing a lot is this look on how companies that invest in energy transition, that are super important to contribute in this place, how we can bring social things together. We at Somos when we act, we need to take a look of the surroundings of the solar plant or wind power plant. What happened there? So Quilombola and which kind of vulnerable communities we do have. And when we look at that, we see an enormous challenge between communication of both people, parties, companies, and etc. And sometimes that's a place that we have conflicts around because we have lots of conflicts of interest and we have a challenge to look at those places. We are actors on how can we transform regions of conflict and in places of collaboration and looking at those communities. Look, we have so nothing about us without us. If we're talking about a certain community, we must sit on the table. We must be respected. We must foster the history. So we cannot put a fence on a certain beach and leave community alone, impede the fishermen, to do things. And Somos has been acting in this and we do some work that is called Echoes of Community, and we look at the challenges of the community and the power, and how that company doing the green transition, they can support that community to prosper, so from their potentials. Yeah, it's fundamental to listen to and to have participation, So you are working on the field, what the impact how is the impact, how would be the impacts for this more clean transition? We know that the transition, they do not put the most vulnerable in the core. In this sense, when a transition is harming a community is complicated. So what happened in municipality of Aracati? It happened, the wind energy arrived, for example, and we have houses creating cracks in the houses, the old houses of the fishermen. And they've put a fence, and we've had sexual exploitation against women. The workers that would work on the operation the implementation of the wind farms, they would exploit women, and they would them pregnant. They would leave them pregnant, and their sons, their kids, they would be called sons of the wind. So we must assess the situation of the community and impede the harmful consequences. Sometimes we have a wind power plant, and the surrounding community, they have energy, or they cannot connect to the grid, or the energy is so expensive that they must choose between buying groceries and buying energy. So it's not only that, oh, we are doing our part in the environmental, but what about the social, the impacts? And we are listening to Tiziana. I hope the decision makers can listen to yourself as well, because this is not only an opinion, that's the description of a reality. I would like to foster this moment to ask Celso. I'd like to ask Celso from the private sector, and as a member of the Innovation Committee, as I would have from Tiziana, we know that the communities, they do not receive energy, and they're not harmed if they have from the renewable energies. But which technologies are key to change the energy infrastructure, wherever, so either Brazil, either any place in the world. So really, I would like to thank you for all the opportunities to try to understand, to respond, to answer. So I had the concern to look at several of the initiatives, Luz para Todos, so electricity for all, a Brazilian federal government, and other programs in Germany and Spain. Many situations I've observed around the world, and during the last 3 decades, most fascinating thing was looking for all the efforts necessary. It's fascinating, the main thing. So everyone try how I'm going to do this inclusion in a fair way, in a fair fashion, and bring in everyone together to a better solution. And the most interesting thing, all the answers, we arrive to this thing. So to plan integral, inclusive, economic diversification, assertiveness, public policy, social justice, environmental justice, awareness raising and education, sustainable funding, metrics and monitoring, etc. So very common standards. I think that's something funny when we talk about social justice and inclusion, etc. Everyone asks the same question, and apparently everyone arrives to the same responses and the same things to do. And it's much interesting, the last 30 years people are doing this, and decade after decade, year after year, it's each day more difficult to have some results, and when we have good results, these are results that are questioned each day more. We ask if they're sustainable or economically feasible. This leads to a funny question. So we are passing through an energy transition from point A to point B, from a reality to another. Second thing is that we are experiencing several realities most recently. So many of you we live in a world that is volatility, complexity, and ambiguity, etc. And now it's a word bunny, so frailty, uncertainty, lack of understanding, anxiety. I don't know if you are aware, but most recently from this year, we've entered in the next step, that is a erupted world where everything is quick, unpredictable, radical, and paradoxal, mainly interconnected. So a certain degree of complexity, a degree of things happening. and the quickness, it's unprecedented. Everything we are we're asking for and having the same answers during more than 30 years trying to address things in the world that features those changes with kind of solution that we had to think about. Well, maybe this issue, I don't know for all if it's intriguing, but to me it's intriguing because when we look at the same things trying to address this for 30 years, trying to solve the same questions in a world changing that quickly, it leads me to think about the fact that we needed to think in a different way. So what is common and what do we have? Maybe to change is difficult. What is common? I think the common is that we need to look to a unity, so community. The surroundings are not community, a specific reality in which we have specific challenges, regional, national, but it's a community, it's a group of people. Second thing, maybe you needed to use technology and what allows us to have its network effect to reach people, either to approach solution as to bring solutions and ideas. So how much we are thinking about the possibilities of getting programs from communities and internet and artificial intelligence. So bright minds to think us to receive specific problems. So we have a problem in that specific community using this network effect and the capacity to connect, to integrate, and to bring collective intelligence. With bright minds, we can try to solve a problem of that community. For the first time in history, we have this possibility. No, this is not possible, right? And Fukushima. So it's experienced three great crises: an unprecedented earthquake, more than 9 in the Richter scale, and then another thing, when the nuclear plant that got closer to Chernobyl. It could be destructed there, but if things have happened as predicted, half of Japan would be impossible to live, to inhabit, half part of Japan. For the first time, an extraordinary thing happened. So Joe Ito, MIT lab professor, he was in Tokyo. He called them. He called their family and he verified they were safe in Tokyo, and he tried to help scientists, to help everyone in the surroundings of the plant to understand how radiation would spread out. More than 10 scientists connected started to think about a cheap Geiger counter to be implemented in the vehicles, in the local vehicles, and to see how radiation would be evolving. And in 48 hours, it's been possible to do the extraordinary thing to know how, with a simple equipment that exists, to assemble simple things and starting doing the changes. For the first time, it was possible to bring bright minds, brilliant minds of the whole world to establish a common solution. And if it's possible to do to Fukushima, we can do to other communities, and to bring brilliant minds for them to think about together to address a problem. And regarding brilliant minds and understanding that we are building a future for all. And I would like to ask you about some things. What is future? What about the youngsters and the new generation? Max, please. About innovations, about ideas that Celso was talking about. How do you think youngsters, they can participate? And, we need the participation of the communities. We need brilliant ideas what role the new generations will play in this. Thank you very much. It's a great joy to be here. I have a great joy to be here. And Telma, as you would say, I am a multiple entrepreneurship. You are a multiple woman entrepreneurship. So Brazil is the epicenter of many ideas, and more talking about sustainability. We are sure that COP30 will be unprecedented and historical. We know that will foster lots of advancements. The governments, the first social entrepreneurs, they are about to perform and to be the protagonists of everything, and we want to contribute with demonstrations in terms of sustainability, but mainly with the force of ideas, with concrete propositions. So we would combine those demonstrations with propositions. I would like to congratulate Mrs. Tiziana. I believe a lot in this exercise where in the seek of social impact and environmental, and as a consequence we have the economic impact. I'm sure that this world that will come will be led with solutions, and as Thelma used to say, everything will be done collaboratively. It will be co-created, the state as a social entrepreneur and the companies, and those are times of changes. We need to look at the reality with the same glasses or goggles, not with the new set of goggles. That's why this World Summit is important. I am sure that this justice must be inclusive to all, not only in terms of access, but mainly we have these SDGs for 2030, but this importance of youngsters in sustainability. Youngsters are changing these scenarios and generating ideas, propositions, and a series of elements that can benefit community and address loads of those challenges and create a series of strategies. So I bet on innovation, and if I'm not having myself explained, well, a country like Brazil, youngsters are of great importance, and not because of their idea, not only, well, with this new look, this new exercise of innovation, they will impact us. I'd say this not only for energy or sustainable energy, but for water supply, access, etc. The world features not only one problem. Well, those who had the solution for ancient problems, they would have the world prize. So youngsters, they come with ideas and with innovative solutions and leading the way for this transition to happen, and for this universal access and sustainability as water, etc. will happen. I know we are passing through times of transformations, and we're leading these through solutions, and the youngsters are the most affected, because youngsters are those who need to do what the previous generations did not. They're proposing solutions, proposing sustainability, so that's what we like to say to them, and involving the ideas and the social entrepreneurs. And obviously the youngsters, the new generations, they are active part of finding a solution, of doing part, being part of the solution. In this sense, I would like that Mr. Roman and would tell about this initiative. So from Papa Francisco Foundation point of view, and with the schools and inclusion, etc., with all the religions, all the sectors, all the social classes, and and how to get to the decision makers. How a platform like this, with the power of the Francis Pope, power he has, the influence he has in other regions, all over the world, how can we listen to those youngsters for them to be part of a solution? Well, I think the first thing, I believe that events like these are fundamental for this to, I believe if we've been capable of including those two chapters, the Declaration of Ceará, a concern in terms of energy justice, we are giving voice to the communities and to youngsters, because events like this may raise the awareness, right? And what it's not worth it to talk about in closed rooms. We need to make it public, and a place like this gives us the opportunity to make it public, to include all the stakeholders. And they will be the future of the nation. And answering your question, and the foundation is a layman foundation. It's allowed to all the social classes, all the religions, every kind of person, every and each kind of human being can be part of it. And Muslims, Catholics, and every other human being. And Pope Francis, he considered that to have a real change, the only way is to foster the youth, and we need to provide youth education of new values, not change the education they already have, but to add up values based on three dimensions, the dimensions I've mentioned beforehand, those three pillars. A youngster like today, they cannot live without technology, without sports, without teamwork. So through all this, as you said, our foundation try to keep youngsters on track. And other bodies we work with, like youth, other youth organizations. And well, it's important to have allies, because we may talk about them. And that's what we want to talk about it. We need to give voice to youngsters, and we have international observers. That is a company presided by Pope Francis, great leader, and this way those youngsters will be allowed to transmit those messages for the decision makers. And for this, we've reunited, and they may deliberate over the solutions. And in this specific forum, that specific matter in terms of energy justice is a concern, a clear concern. Pope Francis has it in mind, and he defends the house of everyone, and our house is earth. So, in the while we do not, why we are not, why it's not possible to move to other planet, we need to keep this standpoint. So, defending our home, that is Earth, this justice is vital. Today, 700 million people, they do not have access to energy. It's more than 10% of the world population. If we're not aware of this, we are kind of crazy. How can we leave more than 10% of the world population have access to some so basic utility? Some things in life, they must be fundamental. And it must be a concern of all of us. We are concerned of many things, but we need to care about tap water, energy, food. Without this, those people won't be able to study and etc., to develop themselves. So in those sessions that what I asked youngsters about their concerns, we all have this energy justice. They have their concerns for the kind of problems they may cause, what this can cause for their future life, for their health, for their future survival. So youngsters, they are aware. Yes, youngsters, they are very, very aware of our program. And and this is a constant matter. They're much more concerned than us. This is the world we're living in, and we're asking them to fix it. They're part of the solution, but we need to help them out. If we don't think about it, because we won't be here. Um, uh, this situation is very concerning. We see lots of situations around the world, in Spain, for example, and we've had a meteorological event that was not, well, an extreme climate change event, extreme the catastrophic event in Spain, and well, till those things they do not happen, so we don't give any importance. So this shall be a concern of everyone. And those strategies and that platform in the civil society, which strategies do you consider to be effective to mobilize civil society for inclusive energy transition? Well, conflicts in territories of collaboration. So Somos today, we do not work alone in no project. Every project we do in partnership with every and each actors and players of the society. We have universities involved, public power, private power. Local community, third sector. I don't believe that for complex problems, we don't have solutions that are simple. They must be systemic solutions. The problems, if the problem is in the core, and if we may deliver our talents, everything we have available, we may have important solutions. But I would like to bring something that I've remembered, some data about youth. You talked about youth, Max talked about youth. UNICEF launched the data that 1 billion children, they are living in situations of extreme risks because of climate changes. So when we talk about youth, looking at this generation, I felt desperation. We are the last generation capable of doing something to change this. Those children, they won't have opportunity of having a life. So how can we look to those places with the same responsibility that we look to the company's profit? That's the challenge, because we are very capable of looking, to the commas, to the minor details in terms of our financial statements. I was in the General Assembly in September in the United Nations summit in Georgia. From APEC said, so how can we not leave behind in this new economy people we left behind in the old economy? How do we collaboratively include those people? And my hypothesis is that we may have the courage enough to put social impact in the center of the table with the same responsibility and competence that we look to the profit. Because if we do not do this out of conscience, we must do this because of survivalness. Because the planet will regenerate, but the humankind won't be able, the companies, people are looking on how you do things and not why you do things. They think what you do is not important anymore, but how you do. The investors are demanding the ESG reports, and youth are willing to work. They ask you what impacts you are generating. Customers are, keen on knowing about the products aligned with the new economy, ESG. So we have a lot of responsibility on that, Yes, I cannot stand this anymore. We have a pathway to follow. I'm not optimistic, I'm a realistic with hope. We have a pathway to trail, but we are not doing it quickly as we would do it. We need to hurry up. We need to hurry up because, we have the instruments at hand. We know how, but we need to walk the talk. This place of collaboration to me getting back to your question, so it's the most efficient strategy in which I believe, and nothing about us without us. I was talking to an entrepreneur, if inside the industry federation, when they would decide, they would put people from commerce or social organizations, so please, they put only people from industry, and you go into a community, you will interfere in people's life. Do you talk to them before? Do you put them on the table? And how can I dialogue? How can I collaborate with you and not just bother you, not just ruin your life? So we enter into a community and we think we can do whatever we want. Let's put those people sit on the table to give them voice. You know, we need to give voice to people who are in the territory. Work collaboratively, and I tease you, that many billions of money are being moved to energy transition. If we would decide, so 5% of those billions to fair transition, invested in social, so how would it be? At least 3%, it would be the minimum. And I'll tease you up for a concrete initiative in finances. Now I'll pass to Max. So Max, what do you think putting people in the center of the discussions, etc., and multilateral organizations like several agencies? Well, what can I say? We need to put people in the core, right? But people, multilateral organizations, well, people and people to have this awareness. So, in what regards energy transition? Roman told about the Spain case, Mexico, Acapulco, and we need complex solutions for complex problems. And we would like to see where can we bet for innovation, or where we have innovative ways to keep this profitability, to have more access, more universalization. It's a reality. You know, we saw this with a water issue. My mother is a scientist, and I know about it. End of the day, you must know, right? How do you remember in terms of consumption in energy? So today we have 3 to 5 kilowatts, important technology. We are doing 2 kilowatts with 1 cubic meter, and we can have lower the cost of water and broaden the sources. In this sense, we have youngsters and older people, and those decision makers could take those decisions. So we need to put people in the core and do this triple exercise: social impact, environmental impact, and economical impact. And that's what we are putting on to youth. That's it. And so we need to take youth. They will address the problems of the future. Youngsters, they are the ones who dynamize those international spaces to demand that these bank slip we have to pay because of the previous generation is knocking the door. So they are the main, not only the social entrepreneur, but the actors like companies, communities, academia, and that's it, youth. They are having ideas, combining not only the demonstrations, but also walking the talk and betting on the solutions for those complex problems and elaborating complex solutions. Thank you, Max. I would like to listen to Celso about this, what Max said about innovation, economic impact. How is this about technology transfer? Uh, how those public and private associations could maximize investments in renewable energy and clean technology in Brazil and in the world? Well, be brief, please. Well, let's start with some issues of solutions and then how to fund the solutions. I will give you a concrete example. One of the matters that raised up to try to help me how to address problem at the hands and to have milk and give people dignified food, how to use PET bottles covered with photovoltaic cells with a bulb that use ultraviolet process to sterilize water. So only a bottle, PET bottle covered with photovoltaic cells, a bulb inside a thermal bottle, and with that, an ultraviolet bulb may sterilize the milk, and mothers, they can give sterilized enough milk to feed their children with a very low cost. Just a photovoltaic cell around a thermal bottle and having a small bulb. It was a discussion. It was Melinda Gates Foundation solution to quick address a feeding process and to instant reduce the mortality level. Is it possible? Yes, it is. With a very low cost, yes. Benefit with the whole society and also the next generation. And the way to fund this with a micro funding like Mohammed Yunus model to do as a microcredit to address this kind of thing, not to depend on, for example, governments and a series of processes like those, and to advance in a more practical agenda. So a series of items, so would need to put together brilliant minds to find solutions like this, simple like this, with huge gains from my point of view. Intelligent people will have low costs and solutions simple like microcredit would help to fund this, and we could make this transition in a good way. This can be a very clear example where you have a foundation interested, where the foundation, Melinda Gates Foundation, maybe energy companies, so microcredit and solar photovoltaic panels. I'm just teasing you up again. The contributions in that panel are the last ones. I would leave you free for for your activities. Well, as a civil society or an organization like Francis Pope Foundation or Melinda Gates Foundation can contribute with solutions and mainly to create a kind of a declaration where we can have a result, an outcome, not just have words. Let's change words into deeds, putting people in the core, making those people to be brilliant minds, to find brilliant solutions in a way that we can escalate ideas to have the impact and with the strength of the youth through demonstrations and propositions with all that energy, bringing all that conviction. How can we make a difference? Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to have the last lecture of the day. A gente vai assistir um vídeo de 3 minutos e aí a gente vai ler a declaração do Ceará, que é o resultado final desses 2 dias, né, falando sobre transição energética. E aí vamos fechar o evento. Eu agradeço antecipadamente pela sua paciência. Vamos assistir ao vídeo e, por favor, vamos fazer, logo após o vídeo, as palavras finais, ok? Bom, essa parte eu vou falar em espanhol. I will talk this in Spanish, this part. And after 2 days reunited here, we've had the luck to count on 114 lecturers and moderators. We've had several organizations, international organizations, BIRD, Organization of the American States, schools, CAF, and other banks, etc. We've had the presence of 7 countries here and the presence of 24 countries of different companies, different entities and organizations. The final result of those 2 days of work as a concrete result to position the state of Ceará internationally to take clear measures in terms of energy transition. We call this Declaration of Ceará, and at this moment we will read it in the 3 official languages of the event, Spanish, English, and Portuguese. Once read, we would like to invite some of you present here for you to sign this document, to have a last picture, and may this serve to adhere to this declaration and to have the commitment of all the entities to adhere to this commitment. We, the participants of the summit celebrated in Ceará in 28 and 29 of November 2024, we've reunited with the goal to approach the challenges and the opportunities of transition for a more sustainable energy future. We declare, we recognize that climate urgence demands immediate actions to reduce the emissions of greenhouse effect gas and to limit the global temperature according to the goals of Paris. The energy transition is the benefiting all the communities, especially the most vulnerable. The international collaboration is essential to share knowledge, resources, and experiences to accelerate the adoption of sustainable solutions and allow to challenge the global difficulties. We foster development and energies like solar, wind power, hydroelectric, and biomass, exploring also the strategic potential of technologies, emerging technologies like green hydrogen. To invest and to promote access to advanced technology and to generate green jobs. To guarantee a fair transition and to guarantee that sustainable remains be inclusive, offering supports and to all the communities and workers. To strengthen to work with neighbor countries and international organizations to approach common challenges and to potentialize shared initiatives that will help transition energy. We ask the governments to clear policies and to foster energy and to protect the environment. Financial institutions to increase renewable energy projects and energy efficiencies with a new portfolio, diversified portfolio for innovative societies. Civil society and local communities to participate actively in the decisions and to promote sustainable practices in their territories. Conclusion, energy transition is a shared responsibility and a only unique opportunity to build a future that is more sustainable, fair, and resilient. With the support of the technological innovations and emerging solutions like green hydrogen, we can advance to energy systems that answers to the climate changes and economic challenges. May we transform our economies to benefit the future, the current and future generations. Signed in Ceará, Brazil, 29th of November, 2024. I'd like to call Mrs. Secretary of State, Mr. Pablo Gabutin. To everyone following us from the Gustavo Medel. Gustavo. So I'd like to let it clear. So all the international organisms, they've been supporting us and they've been very generous. Complex processes that may pass internally. I'd like to thank the presence of Banco Mundial and other banks and other entities of funding. Four of the most important institutions that we have in this continent. I'd like to invite everyone to sign this. Many departed already, but we will be follow you up for you to sign this document.